Councilman Greenwell, will you be logging into PrimeGov?
I will. I'm sorry I forgot all about that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Jennifer Green, just a reminder to hit record when you can.
Yep, standing by.
Francis Kersey, do we have a quorum?
Yes, Mayor, we do have a quorum.
Okay, well, why don't we go ahead and get started. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us for the City of Oklahoma City's video conference city council meeting. We have a few announcements to make here at the beginning. If the video conference is disconnected at any time during the meeting shall be stopped and reconvened once the audio connection is restored. If communications are unable to be restored within 30 minutes, items remaining for consideration will be continued till later today, October 27th at 1 o'clock via video conference, unless we state a different time. I might also mention here, due to the roads, I decided to chair this meeting from home today. If I drop off, which would happen if we had a power outage here, then I would certainly expect Vice Mayor Greenwell to pick up where I leave off. The agenda and documents are located on okc.gov. Anyone wishing to speak about an agenda item, public hearing, or to speak under citizens to be heard, please call 405-297-2391 or text 405-219-7927 or email cityclerk@okc.gov to be allowed to speak. When recognized to speak, press *6 to unmute your device. Speakers will be allowed 3 minutes to comment. All right, those are the announcements. We're now going to get our invocation going. Let me just find that. Okay. Is Dr. Bob Searle on the line?
I am here.
Wonderful. Well, we are pleased to welcome Dr. Bob Searle, pastor of Spring Creek Baptist Church, to deliver this morning's invocation. Dr. Searle, please begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor Holt. Let's pray together. Eternal God, we thank you for the gift of this day. In spite of the icy cold and inconvenience of power outages and slick roads. We thank you for the technology that allows us to stay connected even so. And in the midst of these stormy and turbulent days, a strange election season and racial unrest and the danger and pain of a pandemic, I ask that you clothe our elected leaders with wisdom and compassion, and most of all, love. As they do their work this day for our common good, I pray that you will give them the courage and collaborative will to do what's right. Thank you for Mayor Holt. Thank you for his wisdom in guiding us through this season. We entrust all these things to your wisdom, love, and care, knowing that you can do more for us than we ask or imagine. And we do ask this in the name of the one who loves us all. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor, very much. Okay, well, I call this meeting of the City Council to order. We do have Office of the Mayor items this morning, and we have one proclamation, and that is for Arts and Humanities Month. And maybe to learn a little bit more about that, I would ask the clerk to read that proclamation, and then we'll have some comments from some visitors.
Whereas the month of October has been recognized as National Arts and Humanities Month by thousands of arts, humanities, and cultural organizations, communities, and states across the country. Whereas since our earliest days, Oklahoma City has flourished because of the creative spirit and vision of our residents. We rely on the arts and humanities to broaden our views and our understanding of the nation and world. The arts and humanities play an important role in telling our city's story and reminding us of the truths that connect us. And whereas the insight that comes from watching a thought-provoking documentary or discovering a compelling novel sparks moments of joy, awe, and sorrow. From symphonies that bring tragedy to life to architecture that challenges the boundaries of the world around it, these works add texture to our lives and reveal the spirit of our city. Cultivating the talents and minds of our young people and ensuring they have access to the arts and humanities are critical to our city's growth and prosperity. To meet the challenges ahead, we must harness the skills and ingenuity of our children and grandchildren by providing equitable access to the arts and humanities and instill in them the same passion and persistence that has driven our city's progress and innovation. Whereas this month we pay tribute to the tremendous power of the arts and humanities to bring us together and expose us to new ideas. As we carry forward this proud tradition, let us celebrate the ways our city's rich heritage has socially and economically strengthened our state and inspired our lives. Now, therefore, David Holt, the mayor of the city of Oklahoma City, does hereby proclaim the month of October to be Arts and Humanities Month in Oklahoma City, and he calls upon residents to celebrate the arts and humanities in our city and encourages greater participation by all citizens in acting for the arts and humanities in our neighborhoods, our schools, and all areas across our city.
Thank you, Francis. And I believe we have, of course, our city's arts and culture liaison, Robbie Kinzel, on the line to make some comments, as well as our City Hall neighbor, Caroline Lowry from Oklahoma Humanities. Robbie, Caroline, are you there?
Yes, I am, Mayor. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So I will try to deliver the message as eloquently as I think our chairman, Brian Chambers, would have. Unfortunately, has a power outage this morning. So here I go. Amid the pandemic, the role of arts and humanities has never been more important to inspire, heal, and connect us as a city, a state, and a nation. And our local arts agencies, arts councils, arts commissions, and cultural affairs departments are an essential tool for mayors and city leaders as you rebuild our local economy and promote social cohesion. The arts throughout history are the lifeblood of our communities, raising morale, creating community, and providing comfort during dark times, while also delivering a huge economic footprint. The sector continues to suffer devastating losses due to COVID, so it's vital that we support these creative cultural value of arts and humanities in our communities. Thank you so much for allowing us to speak this morning.
Thank you, Robbie. Caroline, are you there?
I am. Good morning. Thank you, Mayor Holt, for making this important proclamation, and thank you to the City Council for hosting us this morning. The arts and humanities have never been more important, as we as a society are in a time of great change and uncertainty. The arts and humanities bear witness to our shared human experience. The humanities narrate our past, inform our present, and inspire our futures. As the state affiliate for the National Endowment for the Humanities, a federal funding agency, our congressional legislation importantly acknowledges that democracy demands wisdom. This wisdom is accomplished by prioritizing the arts and the humanities in our communities. So remember, if during this extended period of life at home, if you've streamed your favorite films, been comforted by listening to your favorite local musicians, or enjoyed a virtual museum exhibit from the comfort of your couch, you have experienced the benefit of the arts and the humanities. I implore you to continue to support your local cultural venues and artists. We need them and they need us. Thank you all again, and I hope you all enjoy Arts and Humanities Month.
Well, thank you, Caroline. Thanks for all you and your organization do, and thank you as well to Robbie and all of those who, and Brian and everyone who contributed to this effort this morning and to our arts and humanities scene here in Oklahoma City. It is just as valuable as the proclamation said and as all of you amplified. So thank you so much. Okay, we also have some substantive, oh no, wait, I'm sorry. We also have a little celebration we want to do. That is item 3A, our resolution of commendation for Mary Smith on her selection as the October 2020 South Oklahoma City Kiwanis Club Employee of the Month. A fitting morning to honor a city employee who really symbolizes the work that all of our city employees are doing right this very moment. These are these moments where lots of other levels of government close the doors and everybody stays home, but we never do because everybody's depending on our city employees to clean up the city or keep things moving or to respond to emergency situations. And we have got city crews all over the city right now responding to this ice storm, and we cannot be more grateful. And we would like to honor one particular one this morning. Mary Smith. Is Mary on the line, by the way?
I'm here.
Great. All right. Well, we'd like to learn a little bit more about you. And so I'm going to ask Francis to read this proclamation.
My honor, Mary Smith. Whereas Mary Smith has been a city employee for 26 years and is an administrative specialist in the line maintenance division of the utilities department. Whereas Mary provides expert support services throughout all aspects of the organization and works closely with division staff to ensure the internal and external needs are met. And whereas Mary assists in the division's budgeting process, provides payroll and purchasing support, and is accomplished at planning and implementing facility improvements. Whereas Mary supports staff in the community by organizing and participating in charitable events, such as serving as a co-loaned executive for the Heart of the City campaign. Whereas Mary builds a team atmosphere in utilities by getting employees into the right positions, the right places, and in groups that work successfully together. Mary is purpose-driven and demonstrates integrity, productivity, and consistency in the workforce daily. Whereas Mary Smith is hardworking and dependable, an invaluable asset to line maintenance, and always has the city's best interest at heart. Whereas this council desires to recognize Mary Smith for her dedication, professionalism, and commitment to the residents of the city of Oklahoma City. Now therefore be it resolved by the mayor and council of the city of Oklahoma City that they hereby thank and commend Mary Smith, October 2020, South Oklahoma City Kiwanis Club Employee of the Month.
Thank you, Francis. And why don't we go ahead and adopt that resolution, and then we'd love to hear from Mary. So now is as good a time as any to rev up PrimeGov. And it looks like we've already got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. So let's see.
Mayor,
Yes.
just to let you know, Councilman McAtee is without electricity and he is trying to join us by phone. So when he does, he will be voice voting.
Okay.
Francis, he's on the line. I've allowed him to speak. He just needs to unmute his phone, *6.
Okay. Larry, if you can hear us, hit *6.
Larry McAtee votes yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Passes unanimously, of course. Mary, I had the good fortune of running into you, as you know, Saturday by chance, and I think that was destiny. So anyways, it's great to have you here with us this Tuesday morning, and thank you for your service and all you've done for our city now for decades. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I think it's kind of ironic that it's such a morning like it is. I have this weather behind me over here at Line Maintenance, and I'm just proud to be here in after many years of service here with the city, and always proud to serve. And I'm always grateful to serve among so many dedicated employees. I come from a lot of years of service and lots of decades of service in my own family, and just very humbled by the words today, and grateful for my whole team that nominated me for this month. And I think a team is what brings us all together, and a city team, and just grateful to be nominated this month and to serve among and with you all. And thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mary. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Well, now we have 3 substantive items under Office of the Mayor. We have some appointments, items B, C, and D. These are reappointments to Board of Adjustment and the Planning Commission, and then a mix of appointments and reappointments to the Metropolitan Library Commission. I believe we can take items 3B, 3C, and 3D with one motion. We have a motion and a second. And Councilman McAtee, how do you wish to vote?
Larry McAtee votes yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Cooper, Councilman Greenwell?
Mayor, I'm trying to find it. I'll vote yes, please, in the meantime.
Okay. Is Councilman Cooper on the line? He voted on the last one, but is he still here? I do not see Councilman Cooper.
Mayor, it looks like he dropped off of his Zoom, maybe because of power issues.
Okay. All right, well, passes unanimously. Journal of Council Proceedings, item 4, we have A and B that we can take with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your
Larry
votes.
McAtee votes yes.
Thank you. Passes unanimously. All right, item 5, request for uncontested continuances. And I will note that the agenda, the original agenda listed item 9R 1 and 2 as an item to be struck. And then a properly noticed amendment was distributed that corrected that to item 9S 1 and 2, and that item is listed as being struck on the agenda. Mr. City Manager, are there any other items?
Yes, sir, Mayor, there are. I've got on page 14, item 9B will be deferred to December the 8th at the request of the applicant. It's 9B. On page 15, 9I1. This is dilapidated structures. These items will be stricken from the agenda. Item D, 1153 North McKinley Avenue, the owner is repaired. Item H, 1240 Northeast 45th Street, the owner is removed. Also on page 15, item 9J1. These items will be stricken from the agenda. Item F, 5 Southwestern, owner is secured. Item K, 1532 Northeast 47th Street, the owner is secured. Continuing on page 15, item 9K1, under abandoned buildings. These items are all stricken from the agenda. Item C, 1153 North McKinley Avenue, owner is repaired. Item E, 5 Southwestern, the owner has secured. Item J, 1532 Northeast 47th Street, the owner is secured. That's all the items I have.
Okay. All right, item 6 is revocable permits. We have none this morning. And so we will recess the council meeting and convene as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority, where we have items A through F we can take with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Larry McAtee votes yes.
Thank you. Councilman Stonecipher, have you voted? There we go. Passes unanimously. We'll adjourn OCMFA, convene as the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority, where we have items A through E we could take with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Larry McAtee votes yes.
Thank you. Passes unanimously. Now that brings us to adjournment of OCPPA, and we will now convene as the Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust, where we have items A through C, but we actually have a presentation here at OCEAT, and that is for item B. Mr. City Manager?
Yes, sir. Chris Browning, our Utilities Director, will give an introduction and then introduce Dennis Whaley with Public Financial Management, the city's financial advisor and the trust's financial advisor. And I'll turn it over to Chris.
Thank you, Craig. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, City Council members. This item is the merger of the Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust and the Oklahoma City Water Utilities Trust. We have the item being presented this morning by Dennis Whaley with PFM. And just so you know, the item is also on the City Council agenda, item 7AP, and will be presented to the Water Utilities Trust this afternoon at their meeting. So Dennis, are you with us this morning?
Yes, sir. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay, Vanessa has the presentation up. So good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I am Dennis Whaley with PFM. We are the financial advisor to the city. So on page 2, here we go. Aquit maintains the highest possible bond ratings, AAA from Moody's and S&P, and this allows Aquit to borrow at the lowest possible borrowing cost for capital, thus minimizing the impact on ratepayers. Rating agencies calculate numerous financial ratios as part of their evaluation process. Two of the most important ratios would be the debt service coverage ratio and the fixed charge coverage ratio. And Aquit has consistently shown strong coverage ratios, which is a credit positive to the utility. Over the next 10 years, Aquit is anticipated to have a very large capital program, which will increase the need for bond financing, thus increasing debt service. Page 3, please. Here we go. So PFM ran financial forecasts and found that the debt service coverage ratio and the fixed charge coverage ratio would improve with a merger of OCEAT and Aquit. So the graph shows a significant improvement in the fixed charge coverage ratio. If you go from the gray line to the yellow dotted line, and then it also shows modest improvement in debt service coverage. Page 4. So we did rating agency outreach, and from our discussions, they had no thoughts of a negative effect on the rating from the merger of the utilities. They looked at the very strong and tenured management team and the historically excellent financial ratios, and at this point we feel that a merger would not do anything to hinder the ratings. One step to facilitate the merger would be OCEAT needs to defease the debt it has outstanding so that the OCEAT would have no debt after the merger. Page 5. Each of the utilities, OCEAT and Aquit, going forward would have their own set of books. We would have revenues and expenses for Aquit, revenues and expenses for OCEAT. But when we run financial ratios for debt coverage or for rating meetings, we would have a merged entity. The thought is moving forward, having these merged financial ratios, we would be able to minimize the impact on ratepayers for rate adjustment pressures. The next steps will be to have City Council approve to allow us to move forward with preparing legal documents. That would be done by bond counsel. We would come back to OSEAT, AQUIT, and council to get the resolutions approved, and then move forward with the OSEAT bond defeasance. And after that, should have a merged utility. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak this morning, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions on this topic? Anything else to say about it, Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, so I appreciate Dennis and Chris giving their comments. Basically, by combining these two trusts, ultimately, once all the documents are completed to combine the two trusts, it will leave us in a better position financially as we move forward with the fixed charges as well as the bond coverage. And it's something that, as Dennis stated, doesn't affect, this in itself won't negatively affect the bond ratings of the trust. And basically what would happen ultimately is we would no longer have an OSEAT agenda on the council because all of those operations would be combined in with AQUIT. And so there'll be a few more steps to take to get us to that point. But I think this is a good move for us, especially with all that AQUIT has ahead of it in the future with the additional debt that will be taken on for the Atoka pipeline.
Okay. All right. Any other comments or questions on this item? All right. Hearing none, we can take the entire Environmental Assistance Trust agenda, items A through C, with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Larry McAtee votes yes.
Thank you. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We will now adjourn the Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust and reconvene as the council, where we find ourselves on page 3 of your printed agenda at item 7, the consent docket. We have scheduled presentations for items P and Q, item T, item U, items W1 through 3, item AV, item BE, item BF. And that is it for scheduled presentations. But if there's anything else anybody wants to pull out for a separate conversation or a separate vote, speak now.
I'd like to have AL pulled out for some comments by Doug Cupper if he's there.
Okay.
Mayor, I need item Q to be a separate vote. I need to step out due to it relating to my full-time job.
Okay. Just item Q, right?
Correct. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, for a separate vote, can we pull out item 7O? I'll need to recuse myself because my employer is UCO this semester.
Okay.
And then I'd like to hear from staff about item 7W4, please. And then I'd like to hear learn a little bit more about item 7M, I think is the one I'm looking for. Yeah, 7M. And that's
the art.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor, I would like item S as in Sam and item Z, please.
Okay. Okay. Anything else? Hearing none, we'll begin and we'll take them in order. Item M, Councilman Cooper.
Yes, I was just wanting to hear a little bit more about just some context regarding this poetry and what that's going to look like and how we came to this moment with it, and yeah, just a little bit more details, please.
This is Randy Marks, Public Art Project Manager. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. And I will proceed as long as I know that you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. This is one of the projects that, as we presented it to the Arts Commission and to Parks Department, it's a project that has put a smile on everybody's face as we talk about it. So originally there were 5 parks that were involved in this project. And the idea was to combine these together into a project where we could maximize the funds that we had. Each one of these parks had very small amounts of 1% for art funds. And so we combined them into one project so that we could get a lot of art for the amount of money that we had. And then in this particular amendment that you're looking at this morning, the Arts Commission recommended that we add 3 more parks to the list, so further maximizing savings for the city. The actual artwork consists of 2 original poems by writer and photographer M.J. Alexander, and they're Path Poem 1 and Path Poem 2, which are in your packets. And in each of these 5 parks, there will be at least one of the poems that will be sandblasted into a permanent surface. So most of these parks have shelters, they have walking paths. So depending on where the park, depending on the situation in the park, it'll either be
If you're not speaking, you might want to mute.
right. I was muted for some reason there for a moment. I'm back. So each one of the parks will have at least one poem. Some, depending on the amount of money that was in their original 1% budget, will have 2 poems. So these will be sandblasted using a metal stencil that, when the project is entirely finished, the metal stencil will be turned into also a piece of public art landscape amenity in 2 of the parks, one on the north side and one on the south side. So the one on the north side will be in Dauphin-Horton Park, and the one on the south will be South Rotary Park. So there will be permanent public art at each of these parks, so that as you're out walking the path, the poem unfolds in front of you, or if it's a park that has one of the steel sculptures, then you'll be able to read it on that steel stencil. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for walking us through that, Randy. I like poetry, so thank you for bringing it to our parks.
It's a pleasure.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to ask the question. Mr. Randy, do we know exactly which poem is going to which park?
That is unfolding as it goes forward.
Okay.
So we know that at Dauphin-Horton in Ward 7, there will be both poems. One of them will be sandblasted into the walkway, and we've actually already started a test out there, but that will be completed sometime, weather permitting, within the next few weeks. And then at the very end of the process, the metal stencil of the other poem will be installed at Dauphin-Horton.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up. Do we have a sort of, again, weather permitting, sort of timeline of when all of these will be completed?
We anticipate all of them to be completed before the end of the year.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions on that item? Hearing none, let me back it up then to a previous item listed on the consent docket that has a citizen who has signed up to speak, and that is item B, 7B, And is Georgie Rasco on the line?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Georgie.
Hi. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. I am here to speak on behalf of the police contract that we have had for 14 years now, and it's up for renewal again for this year. And I just want to brag on them. Every year we have a phenomenal relationship with the police department, but this year it's especially creative on their part. They really wanted to pay homage to what was going on. Not homage is not really the right word, but they wanted to make sure that they weren't tone deaf to what was happening with the racial riots and what was going on everywhere in our city. And in the contract that they had with Neighborhood Alliance, they wanted to make sure that the normal stuff that we do, the Crime Watch, Crime Patrol, and the crime workshops that we do throughout the city in cooperation with the police department were there.
Georgie has frozen. Georgie, can you hear me? Okay. I'm not the only one who doesn't hear Georgie, right? Okay. All right, we will, Francis, maybe somebody can work with Georgie to bring her back.
Yes, I will contact her.
Okay, and when we do, we'll be happy to hear the rest of her remarks. Okay, with that, maybe we will go to item O. That was an item that Councilman Cooper would like to see voted separately, so why don't we handle that now? I think Councilman Cooper, what is it, Francis? He just needs to turn off his screen, is that right?
Yes, turn off his mic and his video.
Okay. All right. Is there a motion to adopt simply item 7O? We've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Councilman McAtee, are you still there?
You will need to press *6 to unmute, Mayor.
Okay, Councilman McAtee, evidently you are muted again. Can you push *6?
Vote yes.
Okay, thank you. And Councilman Stone, have you voted? I'm not seeing Councilman Stone anymore. Is he dropped off? Okay. Passes unanimously. All right. I believe we have a presentation. Mr. City Manager, is it correct that the presentation coming up is for items P and Q?
Yes. I'd asked Jared Shaded with the planning department will give presentation on both of those items.
Okay. So because it's sort of for both, Councilwoman Hammond, you may want to turn off your screen now. And after this presentation, we will vote on item Q separately, and then we would love to have you back. Okay. Jared?
And say that she doesn't actually, Councilwoman Hammond wouldn't have to step out for item P. It's not related to Mental Health Association. That's on the ESG COVID funds, our new allocation we're receiving. We have to, every year, whenever we get our federal funds, even if they're special funds, we have to include what we're going to do with them, at least generally, in our consolidated plan. So every time we're getting one of these new COVID allocations, we have to modify the plan, amend it to actually indicate what we're going to do with it. So this amendment will indicate what we intend to do with the new close to $6 million we're receiving for the ESG CV funds. And after we approve this amendment, we'll be allowed to start using those funds, or at least approve contracts with certain organizations for those funds and go through our application process. We intend currently right now to utilize these largely for rapid rehousing purposes and also take a piece of it for sheltering activities during the winter. And those are included in this amendment. The resolution for Q, this is just a 2019 operating agreement for and grant agreement for Mental Health Association's Continuum Project. We approve, this is a project we've had with them for a while. This contract was delayed on Hudson for some reason. So the rest of these have already gone through. It's just the Mental Health Association contract was delayed. So that's why that's going through today. And I'll take any questions if you have any.
Jared, this is Mark Stones. Jared, this is Mark Stonecipher here. As far as apportionment of the 6 million, can you kind of apportion that out between housing, homelessness, et cetera?
ESG has certain specific activities that are specifically related to homelessness. It can be used for outreach, rapid rehousing for people who are literally homeless. We can use it for prevention for people who've basically met a certain criteria. CARES funds for those people are a little bit more lenient. We've actually dumped all of our case managers into working with CARES right now because the moratorium has made the ESG funds ineligible until after December 31. But these grant funds also have a 2-year time span. So after that point, these will be the funds that we have to actually address that issue. People have to be within a certain income range there, but mostly, yes, these are for people who are more, it can't be used for like construction or anything like that. This is a service grant.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay. Any other questions for Jared on that item? All right, you want to roll in item Q, Jared?
Oh, I did item Q. That was the 2019 operating agreement for Mental Health Association. We've approved the rest of these previously. This one was just delayed. I think it was due to COVID. They stopped processing agreements for a while. And so this one got kicked back a bit, and we just now got it from them a little while ago to process. The rest of these grants, this is one of many continuum care grants for permanent supportive housing we receive. The rest of these have been approved. This one was just came in later.
Okay. All right. Well, we need to do a separate vote for item 7Q. Does somebody want to make that motion? We've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Larry McAtee votes yes.
Thank you. Passes unanimously. Okay. Now, Francis, do we have Georgie back by any chance?
No, and I was unable to reach her. All the lines are busy.
Okay. All right, then we will go to 7S. Councilwoman Nice.
I have to find it. Oh, here it is. I just wanted to mention that we do have some lane projects that we're working towards as far as street enhancements and bike lanes in the Northeast Quadrant. And this resolution that we are approving assists us in the effort to continue to get the bike lanes in the community of Northeast 4th Street to Kelly, as well as Lottie. So I was able to help as far as submitting a letter, but I just wanted to make mention that this is something that we are working towards, and thankful for our sustainability department for working through this effort to help us achieve this goal. And we're just going to keep our fingers crossed as far as ACOG that they say yes to our request and assist us in this effort. So I just wanted to make mention of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Item T, Mr. City Manager, I believe you have a presentation.
Yes, sir. Chris Varga with the Planning Department. This is just an allocation of some of the CARES funding that came in for through community block grant, community development block grant. Just wanted Chris to give an overview of these allocations.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
This is Chris Varga from the Housing and Community Development Division in the Planning Department. Item T today is in follow-up to the earlier council approval of $1 million in community development block grant COVID funds to provide grants to 501c3 organizations. So we issued the notice of availability of the grants up to $24,000 July 31st. Applications were first reviewed by staff on August 13th. And the initial review was for the completeness of the application and for CDBG eligibility. The use of the CDBG COVID funds must still meet the CDBG national objectives. So first review focused on whether organizations met that criteria. The primary CDBG objective is to benefit low mod income persons or areas, and 70% of the funds have to be spent on projects related to low mod benefits. And so those are coded on the council memos as LMC, LMCP, and LMA projects, just for your information. Some of the organizations that didn't fit that were also included under the urgent need national objective. As another primary consideration, all the funds had to have a COVID nexus, and it could be to recover lost or diminished operational revenues from closings, canceled programmings, or canceled fundraising events, which many of these had that experience of canceled fundraising. Funds may also be used to continue mission-oriented programs or to provide services if additional needs, if they needed to expand to meet additional pandemic-related needs. So we received 94 applications before we closed down the application site in just a few days. And of those, 80 of them qualified for funding. Total amount requested from the 80 totaled about 1.8 million. So obviously we could not fund them all. Applications were presented to a citizen selection committee for review. I'd like to acknowledge and appreciate their time. These persons who participated in the process: Carrie Sauer, Chad Christensen, Sarah Adams Cornell, and Marielle Adams. And from Oklahoma City staff, Amanda Alwine and Lacey Kelly, our trust specialist from the finance department. The selection committee reviewed the eligibility, and they made the final determinations on which agencies would be recommended for funding and the amounts of recommendation. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any specific questions.
Any questions? Okay, thank you very much. Mr. City Manager, you also have a presentation on item U.
Yes, sir, we do. Item U and item V are related to the Uptown 23rd Business Improvement District, and Kim Cooper Hart is here just to give us an overview on this.
Hi, good morning, Mayor and Council. Can you all hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. This is an introduction of an ordinance and the assessment role for the Uptown Business Improvement District. This is year number 2. And as per the state statute, every year we renew, we bring to council an assessment role of all the property owners within the Business Improvement District, the amounts owed, and an ordinance to introduce that authorizes the city to invoice those property owners for the assessment amounts. You'll see on November 24th will be the final hearing where we adopt the assessment role and we approve the final reading of the ordinance and enact that. Along with that will come the annual services agreement with Uptown to provide bid services to their community. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions? Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Item W1 through 3. I know we had a scheduled presentation, and then Councilman Cooper also would like to speak about item 4. So, Mr. City Manager, I guess just handle all of those W items.
Sure. So on W1 and 2, Doug Cupper will provide a presentation on that, and I'll go ahead and let him speak to W4 while he's on.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Doug Cupper, Parks and Recreation Director. W1 is the pedestrian bridge that will connect, help the flow of bicyclists and joggers to get from Hefner's Burt Cooper Trail system to the Will Rogers Trail system, as well as the Overholser to Hefner Trail system. It's long anticipated to make it easier for our not only commuting folks, but our recreational folks to be able to get across the Northwest Expressway. I do have some slides for W2. If we can share our screen. This one is the trail wayfinding signage project. I believe that's W3. This sign package was developed by the Trails and Pathways Committee. It was partially funded in 2014 for the concept to be created. We are funding this out of the new 2017 GEO, as well as a portion of it will be paid for out of the Safer Cities program. It's to be able to mark our trail systems properly throughout the city. It'll have etiquette signs, if you will, right on the right hand, pass on the left, announce your intentions to go around people. It will talk about walking on the trail, bicycling on the trails system. This is a complete comprehensive system for all of our 100 miles off street trails, but we will have directional signs as part of this package for getting to on-street lanes, such as what we just put in on General Pershing to connect the Will Rogers Trail system with the downtown area. We will have mile markers within the trails so people can identify where they are on the trails. Again, this is a public safety initiative. Sometimes we do have injuries or things along those lines. People don't know quite where they are on our trail systems to be able to inform the public safety folks to render assistance and things along those lines. So this is, and there will be maps at the trailheads to show you where they're at. We'll go on to the next one. This is the Greenway. Part of the trail system planning that started 20 years ago is coming to fruition with two new projects. The Greenway project is in the southeast corner of our trail system. This Greenway will connect the River Trail systems, the Grand Boulevard Trail systems, the Draper Trail systems, and the Katy Trail systems, so that we are closing the bottom section of the loop. Currently, the North Trail ends within the Boathouse District, and what this will do is pick up the trail systems and finish going through the Boathouse District. We'll be on the north side of the river, across from our First Americans Museum, and then go on up along the North Trail to connect with the Katy Trail. We will also have a southern connection that will connect the Grand Boulevard, as you can see depicted on the map. On to the next slide. This is some of the indications of how we're picking up the Eagle Lake Trail. We hope to work with either Del City or Midwest City to be able to better connect across their city limits in the near future. But this accomplishes one of the goals that we have with making a complete loop of the city. In the very near future, we hope to bring back to you the Deep Fork system as well. And that's the northeast quadrant of our trail system. With that, you can almost ride nonstop on off-road trail systems. Be happy to answer any questions on those items. As it relates to the enhancement on W4, it's I have to read my notes. These are street enhancements that we hope to bring forward as well through the bid process. Again, be happy to answer any questions that council may have on these items.
Thank you. Any questions in general, or Councilman Cooper, did you have something more specific on item 4 you wanted to visit about?
Yes, hi. I was wondering if either Kim Cooper Hart, well, actually, Kim Cooper Hart or anyone she feels could speak to kind of the history surrounding this particular item. It's about a decade long work in progress, and today I think is a pretty important day for this item. And so I was wondering if she might speak to that. I think also some of the engineering consultants might be with us. So I just wanted residents to hear a little bit more about this item.
Councilman Cooper, this is Kim Cooper Hart. Jeff Butler was going to be making a presentation today. I think he got caught in the power outage, and I'm happy to make a few comments about the history of our relationship with 39th Street. We started with 39th Street back in 2012 with Councilman Shadid, with some town hall meetings, gathering all of the merchants and some neighborhoods together to talk about what the future of that area could look like. Planning was brought into the effort, and we engaged with the 39th Street leadership in the Commercial District Revitalization Program. And we started with them in contract. Their first contract was in 2014. And since then, we've been planning for this general obligation bond, Safer Cities funding to enhance the street. I'm so happy that it has finally reached council for advertising. It's been a labor of love. A lot of the people on the street never knew each other very well before, or it had been years. And so the conversations are among old friends and business owners who've been part of the community for decades. Planning's enjoyed every minute of working with them, and our consultants have been outstanding with the public outreach and trying to bring the concepts that really relate to the community sentiment into the things that we can put on a street. So happy to answer any further questions.
Yeah, I really just want to say, almost beyond words, thank you for your time and your dedication to this particular project. It's labor of love is definitely quite the phrase there. And we're really talking about the intersection of Route 66 history with LGBTQ history. And I'm just very happy we have an opportunity to honor that moment. Could you talk just any specifics in terms of what the district might be seeing, like what they asked for, what's coming their way?
In terms of what's included in the project,
yes,
the sidewalks, there's going to be sidewalks along each side of 39th Street from Penn till about Young's, and those will be roughly 9 feet wide. There's going to be parking on both sides of the street and sharrows for bike lanes that will connect to the Young's that goes under I-44 and back up to other bike lane infrastructure that goes across the city. There will be landscaping, benches. We have a budget in there for district markers and some public art, which those haven't been designed yet, but those are coming with the project as we proceed after we advertise. We'll get into those details. So the fun stuff we save for the last. Once we get all the curbs and streets and pavement figured out, then we sprinkle the fun on top of it. So that's where we're at with that.
Okay.
Anything else, Councilman Cooper, I can answer? Oh, I think he froze up.
Oh.
Okay.
All right. Well, we'll see if he comes back with any more comments, but thank you, Kim, very much.
You're welcome.
And we'll move on to item Z, Councilwoman Nice.
Let me say, I am so excited to talk about this project. And also, Mr. Cooper, I want you to help me with this thunder we want to shed on this project. I call it thunder and lightning because it's all of those things, the good parts of thunder and lightning. I don't know if we really need to say it, especially with what's going on right now. But for those who had planned to celebrate with us tomorrow for the groundbreaking, we have postponed it. And it's best that we did, obviously. But now we get to talk about the good stuff and the great parts of it. And let me say before I ask you to speak about all of the things and the amendments that we're going to have with this, that
The bidding process has been very favorable to Ward 7 lately, and we are thankful for that. As far as the projects that we have put out to bid to receive all of the alternates to be added with them, it speaks volumes. So we are grateful and excited for the capacity of what this first of many youth centers will bring to our city, and for it to be named after such an honorable woman. And she obviously still runs things because she wanted us to postpone it. So we are going to do that for her to make sure it's safe for her to get out. But Mr. Cupper, would you please just explain what this means as far as our contract with the consultants and what those ad alternates will be, please?
We're tickled that we got such great bids, as Councilwoman Nice pointed out. The real advantage to getting the good bids are that we can add the ad alternates in. We're going to put in a larger community room and teachable kitchen, so that we can actually have classes on healthy living and preparing foods and things along those lines. As well as the community space. Our weight room was going to be adequate, but now we can enlarge the exercise room, the weight room, to make it more viable for the community in that section of the city. We have a lot of athletes that participate in a number of our buildings out there in smaller spaces. So we want to make sure that we have a quality facility for our neighbors to be able to get their exercise on indoors at the Willa D. Johnson Recreation Center. The swimming pool area, we are so happy to be able to add a water slide that'll actually go outside the building and circle around and then come back inside the building. So an exciting attribute that we can add to this recreational facility. It's going to be one of a kind. We have some great staff in our community centers throughout the city. Most of those buildings are now 60 years of age, so we're just tickled to be able to get this new quality recreation facility for Ward 7.
Thank you so much. And if I'm not mistaken, Douglas Rec Center was built in the 1920s.
Yes, ma'am. It was the original fairgrounds building, and then it was part of I believe, the Metro Tech educational system for a while. Our basketball gym at the old Douglas Center started out as the 4-H judging area, and then it was the auto mechanics area, and then it became our basketball court. So having a bright new basketball with all the modern technology in our gymnasium, the Willa D. Johnson, we're really excited about the programmability of the new facility.
Yes, thank you so much. And I have had conversations with some of the folks that work within those in this particular facility, and they are extremely excited about what is to come. So I just wanted to, again, make mention of that. And I know we've had a lot of folks wondering when it's coming. Well, now we can say it's officially arrived, and as far as us groundbreaking for you to see that it is coming. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor, sorry, the outside my apartment sounds like the Cloverfield monster right now, just like and so my internet went away. I just had a quick follow-up for Kim Cooper Hart, if she's still available.
Oh, yes, that's right. I'm sorry. Yeah, we did lose you on that item. Kim, are you? I see. Yeah, there she is. Go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah, first, thank you for describing the contours of the project. My internet cut out right as you were describing the specifics of the placemaking items that were coming. I'm sure everyone got to hear them for themselves, and they're as excited as I am. I've had some people reach out wanting to know about the delays that we experienced more recently. I know I had been telling everybody that this fall was when we would be heading into this particular part of the process. And I was just wondering if you could walk us through what, if anything, we
Well, it's my
experienced.
understanding, sorry, Councilman. Sorry.
Oh, no, sorry. My power started doing the Cloverfield stuff again. So, and everyone froze.
Okay. Okay. It's my understanding that Public Works and our engineering consultant have been working very closely on all the details. And, you know, it goes this way with some projects. I'm sure that that Doug Cupper and others who work on these projects know that as you get toward the end with the construction drawings, oftentimes there's things that just cause little delays. There was nothing in particular. There weren't any people issues with our districts or, you know, issues at all. It just, you know, just engineering stuff and getting it right. And sometimes it's worth the wait. Well, usually it's always worth the wait. And I believe that'll be the case here too. So. Can I answer any more?
I really,
questions? Happy to.
no, that you answered exactly what we needed to hear. And, you know, I cannot say enough. Thank you for your work, for staff's work, to Johnson and Associates, to the district, to people in the community over the last several years who have come together and attended these community meetings to add their voice to what they wanted to see the district become. And I'm serious, Kim, just thank you for coordinating that. That was quite the Herculean effort. So just really thank you. And the reason why I wanted to have that kind of history back on the public record here for everybody is just because, you know, it's LGBTQ History Month. And as I've been anticipating this project coming up for a vote this month, I'm reminded that in our public schools, we don't teach LGBTQ history. And that's why I thought it was so important for that living history to be on the record today, to let everyone be able to see for themselves where we are. And I know often we talk about a lot of the horror that the community has experienced in its past. But I would just say that this is going to be such an exciting moment, an investment in our city, an investment in our community, hopefully giving way to further investment in the area, from everything from bookstores to restaurants to coffee shops to youth centers, particularly considering that so many youth in our country, about 40% of homelessness youth is LGBTQ. And I think of them on a day like today, where it is so cold. And so, yeah, I think I'm just so excited for what's coming to 39th and Penn. And I just really can't thank you enough, Kim, for your work here.
My pleasure, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see, we will now go to item 7AL, Councilman McAtee.
Yes, thank you. Is Doug Cupper available?
Yes, sir, I'm online.
Yep.
Hi, Doug. If you would give the viewers a brief overview of what this is and what they can look forward to as a result of the great efforts of you and your department who have labored tirelessly to bring us to this day. So it's all yours, Doug.
I appreciate it, Councilmember McAtee. 4 or 5 years ago, the neighbors and residents of the Westbury area brought to us an opportunity to try to create a park element out in Mr. McAtee's ward. Unfortunately, we weren't in a position to be able to make that happen, but Mr. McAtee and myself, we went on the record during a city council meeting that we would find a way to bring a park into that area of our city that we were underserving from a park perspective. And once again, the Swisher family has stepped up and has offered to sell to the city of Oklahoma City approximately 100 acres that touches on Southwest 15th and County Line. what this 100 acres actually does is makes another portion of land that Mr. Swisher Sr. Actually donated the city as part of the String of Pearls idea for developing the riverbanks a few decades back. So this will actually give us an opportunity to be able to link the residents of Mr. McAtee's ward directly with the river in the future as we develop this property into a park. Obviously, we haven't really nailed down what type of park this 100 acres will make available, but you know, the traditional things that everybody would expect in a park: playgrounds, some type of court system, walking paths, linking to the river trail system is what we're anticipating going forward in the future. But again, we're just so happy to be able to finally bring park and a pretty significant size park into this area of Mr. McAtee's ward. It's exciting for us to be able to plan for the future, and it's going to be even more exciting for us to invite the neighborhoods to once we can get back together again and have neighborhood meetings to help us plan what those elements may be for this outstanding opportunity for a new park in Mr. McAtee's ward. Thank you, Mr. McAtee, for your support. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Be happy to answer any questions.
This is Mark Stonecipher here. I just wanted to congratulate you, Larry, and Doug on this project. I've known the Swisher family for many, many years. Mr. Swisher was really active in our community, being a part of United Way, the State Fair of Oklahoma, the Oklahoma City Chamber, Allied Arts, etc. His wife was really active in the community, being a board member of the YWCA, the son being Family Services and the Pain Education Center, and the Children's Center of Bethany. And so I want to thank Larry, I want to thank Doug, I want to thank the Swisher family for bringing this project forward and for Mr. Swisher's contributions in the past. I'd especially like to thank Thane Swisher who brought this idea to us. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Doug.
I have one question. So my understanding, if I'm remembering correctly, is that in maps for the resolution, we set aside some parks dollars for a new park in the Canadian County portion of the city, which, as I understand it, would be west of, like, literally this is like the county line. But I'm curious if there's any relationship of that to this, or if that's just like a completely new park.
The funding source for this particular purchase is coming from the 2017 GEO bond that allowed for park purchases and development in 3 wards. We anticipate the conversation with the MAPS 4 Advisory Committee and the subsequent subcommittees will have some bearing on this 100 acres. We're not being so contrite or preconceiving that we may benefit for even another park in ward in Mr. McAtee's ward. That is our hopes, that the MAPS 4 will see the significance of going even further into Canadian County to make that a reality. But we would be more than happy to partner 2017 GEOs with MAPS 4 if that's how MAPS 4 decides to make that happen.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, when we included a Canadian County park in MAPS 4, we knew this other park was coming. I don't know if we knew where, but we knew that there was already a West OKC park also slated. And so it was envisioned to be an additional park beyond that. Although, as Doug said, I suppose if it was the will of the MAPS 4 advisory board to supplement and make this park even better, I don't know that that's outside of the intent. I mean, I think that would be reasonable, but I would leave that to the advisory board's judgment.
I guess because I'm just sort of curious about like the operational costs of 2 new parks in an area and if we have an understanding of like how many residents these serve, just knowing that we already have a lot of parks land, and we cut the parks budget this year. And so I've been getting, I mean, I guess maybe not anymore now that it's starting to freeze, but over the summer I got complaints about mowing in our current parks because we cut the budget to where we were only mowing every 3 weeks. And so I had people who felt like they couldn't go enjoy our parks over the summer because they were worried about not just like accessibility of being able to like walk through the park, but also danger, health, safety of walking through a park that has really high grass. So I'm just that's why I asked that question, is I'm just trying to understand from an operational perspective how we expect to pay to, operate 2 new parks, especially in relation to how many residents we expect that they will serve.
Mr. Mayor, may I comment?
Sure, go ahead, Doug. Yeah.
The great situation, Ms. Hammond, and that I really appreciate you bringing that subject up, because it is near and dear, and we do think through those things as we progress in these acquisitions. The best part about right now with the Swisher property is we can develop it as high or as low as the funding is available for us to do. We could also even have a contracted farmer growing hay or wheat or something along those lines where they pay the city to be able to grow crops on it, and then we don't have to maintain it. So until we can sit down and talk through what kind of park this may be and what that future may hold and what kind of development we need to create, we have the opportunity to be respective of our general fund budget and think through that, and probably put off any high-end maintenance into the future so that we can plan accordingly and also probably benefit the general fund by farming it.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If we can move on, I'll actually, in a sense, move back. I believe Georgie Rasco is on the line now by phone and can continue her comments on item B. Georgie, are you there? Georgie? Francis, do you have Georgie in the?
Yes.
Okay.
Just a second. I don't see her phone number here. Yeah, Mayor, I'm sorry. She did get back on, but now I don't see her again.
Okay. All right. Well. Oh, her number is 82. Oh, well, I don't really want to say this over the. Can you look for an 828
give
number?
me the last 3 numbers.
1, 2, 3.
I found her. Thank you.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead, Georgie.
This has been a comedy. Thank you very much for being patient with me.
Sure.
I'll just start where I left off. The police contract this year has been very, very sensitive to the racial unrest that was going on across the country, but especially in our city, and wanted to make sure that our contract with them included activities that the police could interact with, especially the underserved population and the people that were involved in some of the protests that went on, and continued that dialogue that they had started with the police department. So what we included in this contract was something called Come to the Table, and it's where we'll have 8 to 9 different dinners, and people will be invited that are people from that would normally have an opportunity to have dinner with the chief or really anybody from the police department. They will sit and have dinner with maybe 4 to 6 other people that were also in the same situation. We'll have a conversation where they can talk to and have a dialogue with the chief of police or one of his deputy chiefs. And it's a time.
Hey, how you doing? I'm thinking about
It's a time for the police department to just have listen to what's being said, and then reply back in a listening manner. We're very excited about it. We're thinking it's going to be very popular. At the end of all 8 of those dinners, we're going to bring everybody back together for everyone to share their experience of what they experienced from that. We're not expecting it to change the world by any means, but the 30 people or so that are going to be able to participate in it, we hope that it changes them. We hope that they have an opportunity to maybe have a different view of what's going on in the police department, or at least have a face of the police department and a more personalized view of the police department. We're also added in town hall meetings, which there will be one in each of the wards, and they can determine what that topic is really going to be, but it's hopefully going to be something to do with police relations, something to do with how the police are getting along with the public. And that's something that's new also. Very proud of the police department for wanting to add in something that will bring them closer to the people, especially the people that were involved in some of the racial unrest earlier in the year. So I would like for you all to vote. I don't know how to vote. I'm sorry, I haven't been involved. So hopefully the vote was yes already on the contract, but I just wanted to make sure you knew that our police department is working really hard this year to kind of make sure that they're in the community more and face-to-face more. And I appreciate that.
Thank you, Georgie. Thanks for being patient with our current system of meeting, and we have not voted on that item yet. So you were
okay.
Comments are still timely.
If anybody has any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
All right. Any questions for Georgie?
I do have one question. How will those dinners and opportunities in town halls be advertised or publicized?
That's a very good question. We've been working with Dr. Clarence Hill at OU to make sure that we're also handling it the best way that we possibly can. And so he suggested that we do word of mouth on the dinners, because we don't want people that are already active in the community or, scholars in the community. We really want to get people that are never, like I said, would never have the opportunity otherwise to possibly have an opportunity like this, but have something to say, that want to be heard. So that's going to have to be from talking with Nikki Nice, talking with you, Joe Beth, talking with people that have an ear in that community, and then having them talk to people that know others in that community. We, of course, through our neighborhood associations, have a lot of connections as well, but we don't want neighborhood leaders in there either. We want different age groups, youth, elderly people. We want people that, again, would not normally have this kind of opportunity and haven't had this opportunity in the past. So it's going to have to be wide, and we also are going to take applications because we do feel like there will be more people that want to attend than what we will be able to handle. So, and we're going to have somebody outside of us help us look at those applications and decide who's going to be at which dinner.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other comments on item B? Thank you, Georgie.
Thank you.
All right, we will now move on to item AV, which has a scheduled presentation that I believe also will include some comments on item BF.
Yes.
Mr. City Manager.
Joanna McSpadden, our Economic Development Manager, is here, and as you said, both of these items relate to the amendment that was approved by Council at the last meeting, at the October 13th meeting, amending our Coronavirus Relief Fund plan to add in a minority small business continuity program. both of these contract amendments provide for the administration and management of that program. So I'll turn it over to Joanna.
So, yeah, I think.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So AV is our amendment to
I'm
the-
sorry, Joanna, if you're not speaking, you might want to mute so we don't hear your outside conversations. Thanks. Sorry, Joanna, go ahead.
That's okay. It might be me because I'm at my mom's. Who
Oh, okay.
She has little dogs. I'm going to step outside and see if maybe that's a little better. So the item AV is our amendment with the contract, with our contract with the Alliance. And so the Alliance is, we're doing 3 things that I'm just going to highlight. So the first thing is we're increasing the funding for the technical assistance and retrofit component of the program that they've been managing, and that's $500,000. We're also adding $250,000 for a, we're going to contract with a consultant to do a resiliency and recovery plan. And so this will be something that we can use to going forward to help us kind of rebound from all of the effects of the pandemic. And then the last thing is we're increasing admin services by $50,000. The majority of that is going to be used to fund Community Action Agency, which is going to help us review some of the applications for the minority program that we're implementing. So those are the main components of item AV. And then the next item is our amendment with First Fidelity. I had it as item AS, so maybe it changed. Is that item B, Craig?
Yes, it's BF.
BF for everybody else. Okay. So we are amending our contract with First Fidelity so that they can, they're going to help us in 2 ways. They're going to do a first pass at the review of the applications.
Oh, no.
We allocated $2 million for the minority program at our last meeting. They're going to do the first pass at those applications, and if we can quickly approve and move them on, they're going to cut the checks for those as well. And then if we need to get additional information or contact applicants for more information, we're going to do that through the Community Action Agency. And then First Fidelity is going to continue to make those payments for us because they're just so much faster, and that's what they do. So I think that'll help us get those payments out a lot faster than we did for our first round, which was when the city was managing that payment component. So
Which
I'm
item
happy
did you
to-
show that was, Joanna?
For
Which item
me,
did
it was,
you-
for me, it's AS. AS is in Sam.
You are correct.
Okay.
You are correct. It's AS.
Lacey's,
That's correct.
Lacey's
I'm
really
sorry.
good at her
My-
job.
No, my apologies. I was wrong on that one.
No, you're good. So anyway, those are the 2 items that we have. And I'd be happy to answer questions if you all have any about the, so we did open the applications for the minority program yesterday. So that is moving along.
Hey, Joanna, this is David Greenwell.
Yeah.
Can you speak as to, in terms of the application, what kind of information is being requested and how is that determined in terms of who is going to be able to obtain the funds and who won't be?
So we're using pretty much a very similar application to what we've used for our past versions of the program. We did add a question, obviously, to confirm that they qualify as a minority, and we use the definition that the U.S. Census Bureau uses. They are self-selecting, so they will just select yes or no, and we will process those applications as they come through the way that we've done the others. There's no scoring. It is simply, do you qualify and what is the level of qualification as far as funding goes based on the need. Does that answer your question?
Well, thank you. So do you know if we're capturing any information with respect to the recipients in terms of industry, number of employees, things like that?
Yes. So it's the same questions that we asked last time. We have them, obviously we get the name of the business, we get the location, We get number of employees, we get payroll records that we can, verify that employee count and the expenditure needs that they have. We are also asking them to define their industry and then explain what the goods and services are that they can provide. So we can extract some of that information in order to be able to provide some statistics and other information later on.
Okay. Any other questions for Joanna?
I had one. I know as we talk about the admin costs of 50,000, you said some of that will go to community action, or all of that will go to community action? And if not all of it, how much?
I will say the majority of it will go to community action. I need to find out what their so Alliance is going to contract with them separately. But I would safely say the majority of that is going to community action.
Can you give me an estimate as far as the breakdown?
I will.
Of where it is? Thank you so much.
I will.
Any other comments or questions for Joanna? Okay, so Craig, she has actually ended up talking about AS and AV, correct? Is there actually a presentation on BF?
There is not. We have folks online to answer questions. There's not a presentation on that one.
Okay. Then we do have a presentation though on BE, correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right.
Yes. So Ryan Eshelman is with us with GSB, just to give us an overview on this project on Wellness Center 4 from the MAPS 3 program.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, council members. Pleasure to be here, share an update on where we are in this project. Power's out of my location, so I'm visiting with you courtesy of an AT&T hotspot, so I appreciate your patience. If there's any connectivity issues. The slide presentation that I have available this morning includes an overall map of the city showing our site, which is on the south side of Oklahoma City, just south of Southwest 134th and Western. And, I'll zoom in on that site, and you'll notice that there's a pond of the site. We have some undeveloped land acreages to the north and some undeveloped residential area across Western. So we began the process with a programming effort, and you'll see on the fourth slide, that programming effort involved the YMCA of Greater Oklahoma City, our operating partner, and the MAPS office. And so we worked through all the desired programming and functions. And as you recall, the building that everyone felt was appropriate for this site was a little larger than the budget. So the MAPS program and the council added some additional funds to centers 3 and 4 earlier this year. So we are able to undertake a program which accounts for some expansion that we're seeing at the other facilities. So for example, our locker room areas will be built larger to accommodate the pool demand that we're seeing in other facilities. We won't have to undergo an expansion of those facilities in the future. The next slide shows a site plan. We can advance actually 2 slides forward. The site plan shows, there we go, shows the property fronting Western, and you'll notice that there are approximately 300 parking spaces to serve this building. And that is because the parking is serving not only the wellness center, but it's also serving a future park. The parks department will be developing on the east side of the site, wrapping around the pond that you see there. So we'll have about an acre on the north and an acre and a half on the south with a little connection between the two. And when folks visit the site, there won't be any discernible boundary between the 2 projects. So this will truly be integrated into a small park. Outside of the building will be focused east onto the park and to the pond. And you'll see on the next slide an enlarged area behind the building where we'll have some terraces and some improvements that will allow us to engage with the outdoor space that we have the opportunity to connect to. The following slide shows the overall floor plan, and you'll notice just for the proportions of the slide, it's been oriented where north is to the right in this floor plan view. And you'll see the building is basically bisected into fitness areas, which are in green, and you'll see in orange and yellows multi-purpose spaces for education and social programs. So in the next slide, there's an enlargement of that north portion of the building, which includes large multi-purpose rooms, classrooms, an art room, there's administrative and support space. There's a large great room, a gathering space looking out over the pond and the park. And then you'll see 2 fitness studios of various sizes that support the athletic program. And the Flex Studio C is designed to be accommodating to additional programming beyond fitness. On the next slide, you'll see the south half of the building, and it includes the hybrid fitness pool that we've seen at Centers 1 and 2 with ramp access, the ability for aquatic classes and lap swimming, large locker rooms, as I mentioned, larger than were implemented initially at Centers 1 and 2 to accommodate the popularity of these pools. And then a fitness center with fitness equipment, cardio equipment, and a full gymnasium with a basketball court, or can accommodate 3 full pickleball courts. And then on an upper level, we'll have a track, 11 laps to the mile, circulating. You can see that on the next slide, circulating that entire fitness area with elevator and stair access. And that track will overlook the park and pond as well. The next couple of slides show some images of the project as currently designed. So the first image is the view elevated above Western, looking at the front of the building, facing the parking area and the street. That's the west face of the building, so we really want to manage the heat and the glare from the afternoon sun. So you'll see windows into the pool, into some multi-purpose spaces. But really, on the following slide, you see the building really opens up to the east, where we have our view out to the park, wonderful morning light, and then of course afternoon shade, and the outdoor space that will connect us to that great outdoor area. You can see there fitness on the left. You can see the ribbon of windows from the walking track overlooking. You see the great room in the center there, and some outdoor areas, which are out of the shade and largely out of the wind to enjoy that outdoor space. In the following slide, you'll see the great room, which is what you'll experience upon arrival. Tall glass, again, looking east out over the park and the pond. And then, there we go. And then on the next slide, you'll get a view of the fitness center. Again, a 2-story space with an elevated track, lots of glass looking out to the outdoor space, and connectivity to the other fitness and locker room amenities from that area. So the building will be flooded with daylight. You can see some translucent fiberglass panels up on the right there to let a lot of that east light into the facility. And then the final image is the fitness pool that we mentioned. And anyone who's toured those facilities know how popular that amenity has been. The following slide shows the project budget, which, as I mentioned, includes the cost of the land, the building and all the furnishings, as well as the other associated costs, including, as with all of the city projects, the public art component. Our cost estimate on the following slide, of course, lots of work to design the project to come into the budget and incorporate all the program elements that are so important in delivering this programming. So you can see that we're just in budget at this early point in the design process, and we'll be continuing to monitor that. In order to reach that budget, on the following slide, you'll see some alternates that are being considered. And of course, as with all MAPS projects, we like to have alternates included in the design, things that are valuable and important, but not critical to operation. And that gives us flexibility on bid day as we see the bids come in to maximize our buying power, and also to provide some alternates as the project is moving through construction. If there are contingency funds available to add elements to the project, this gives us a tool to do so. So these will be developed with the YMCA and with the MAPS office as we move forward towards final plans. And lastly, on the final slide, you'll just see a rough outline of our schedule. So we'll be completing, upon approval, completing the final plans this fall and into the early part of the year, and then returning to seek your permission to bid the project at the end of the first quarter so that construction can begin in the second quarter of the year. Appreciate the chance to share about our project and welcome any questions that you have.
That's exciting. Any questions?
Ryan, this is David Greenwell. Do
Yes, sir.
you know, will the park be south or north of the facility?
As I mentioned on the site plan, we occupy the entire project north to south with the parking lot and building area. And so that leaves about a third of the site on the east boundary. So there will be, I call it kind of a bent dumbbell. There will be an acre north of the pond in the northeast corner of the property, and there'll be about an acre and a half in the southeast corner of the property, and there'll be some land wrapping around the west side of the pond to connect those two. So it essentially occupies the east third to half of the site. The light green area you see there is what is being reserved for future park. Does that help?
Yeah, thank you.
And I will, of course, add that our project is building the boundary between the two basically identifies where the money will be spent for the wellness center. So the park they will design, Parks Department will have the park designed and then implement the park construction separately. But at the end of the day, there won't be a line. You'll walk out there and you'll see both of the projects, blended together and fully integrated.
Yeah, thank you.
I just wanted to make a comment that I'm excited about 3, but 4 makes me excited too, just to see how unique each one is. And my favorite picture that you shown as far as this presentation is the one of the pond that shows the pond in the back view. So it looks very serene for our seniors to be able to enjoy. So great job. And I know Councilman Greenwell, I'm sure you are busting with pride for what is to come for Ward 4. And won't you be able to enjoy it? I hate to put your age out there, but
What do you mean?
I mean, I want to come with you, but I'm just asking.
No, I certainly qualify in terms of age. And I know there is a little bit of discussion to forego an indoor pool and just use the outdoor pond for the swimming facilities, but I guess that was not voted on. Is that correct, Ryan?
There may be a little artistic license in the representation of the pond. I think it will be lovely to see every day, but it's going to be a nice amenity, and I'm really excited about the way that each of the wellness centers is unique and serves its individual neighborhoods, and that these are not cookie cutter facilities. So they're all comparable in program and services, but it's nice to have unique facilities across our city.
No, I do think that's an excellent point that Councilwoman Nice brought out, that each one is unique and kind of fits into the area that they are being constructed. So I think whoever designed all of these has done a very nice job. So thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. That is definitely an exciting project, and what happens when your city invests in itself. Okay. Mr. City Manager, I believe that concludes all our scheduled presentations, correct?
Yes, sir. That's all the presentations that we have.
Okay, and that's everything that anybody had pulled out for separate discussion as well. With that, we could approve the remaining consent docket, save the items that were already approved. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Larry McAfee votes yes.
Okay, Larry's a yes, and Councilman Cooper, I understand you're going to be voting by phone as well.
You understand correctly, Mayor. and that's a yes for me as well, please.
Okay, great. Councilman Stone, have you voted? I don't know if is Councilman Stone still with us? I'm not seeing him. So Francis, I guess, is he gone? Okay. Passes unanimously. All right, that brings us to the concurrence docket. Item 8. We have items A through R we could take with one motion. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Larry McAtee votes yes.
James
Council-
Cooper votes yes.
Very good. Passes unanimously. This brings us to item page 13 of your printed agenda. Item 9, items requiring separate votes. Item 9A are items that were recommended for approval by the Planning Commission. 9A1 is at 13200 North Midwest Boulevard, going from AA to RA. Councilwoman Nice, I don't believe anyone has signed up to speak.
Okay, I will ask that we have our attorney or the applicant's attorney, David Box, speak to this development. And as you speak, please, will you correct what I see on this as far as 1 acre rural residential district? I know we discussed something different, so I want you to publicly make sure we talk about that in your comments, please.
Yes, ma'am. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. So what we have here is an RA-based development. And Cindy, if you could perhaps display the rendering that we have that is in, there you go. When we filed this application prior to Planning Commission, we did have some interest from surrounding neighbors. And so myself, Kamal Pennington, who's the Ward 7 Planning Commission member, and the neighbors got on a Zoom call to discuss it. I do want to point out that the rendering that you see in front of you, the southern lots were intentionally designed to be a minimum of 2 acres and designed to be generally as wide as you might expect a 5 acre tract to be. The reason being, it is a 5 acre development to our south. So on behalf of the applicant, I can publicly commit and state that all of the lots along the southern border of this development will have a minimum of 2 acres in size. If we are successful today, the next step would be to immediately move forward with a preliminary plat that will in concrete put those 2 acre lots in place. So the other issue that we faced is a lot of concern about water. So my client, after the Zoom meeting, went and was able to acquire some well logs, and what it showed is that the wells are generating what they describe to be a prolific amount of water. We are seeing between 25 and 35 gallons per minute. Cindy, could you display the zoning exhibit that we have? We did get specific concerns about water pressure from one neighborhood to our west. Cindy, there's one that it's a colored map that I had sent to the west. And what we found is that neighborhood actually lies on top of a fault line. And when we talked to our water well experts, they explained that phenomenon being on top of the fault line would likely explain the reason for that particular neighborhood's trouble with water. Other neighbors west of Midwest Boulevard did report that they have never experienced trouble with water, and it seemed to be isolated to that one neighborhood. If you could see a broader range, what you would see to the west of Midwest Boulevard are 5 separate RA developments. RA developments being 1 acre in size. What we quickly found out in our Zoom call was that most of the people on the line were in lots that were actually smaller than what we proposed within our development. The average in our development is around 1.6 acres per dwelling unit. And again, with the much larger lots to our southern boundary. It was after this discussion that we then turned to traffic, and what we see on Midwest Boulevard is a trip generation count of around, I think it's 1,700 cars. 1,700 cars a day is very, very minimal. So there is no traffic. Your traffic staff did respond through the staff report with no adverse comments. So finally, after all this, it was Kamal Pennington, the Ward 7 Planning Commission member, that did make a motion to approve or recommend approval. And it is coming to you now with a recommendation of approval. So we would ask for the same, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Councilwoman, I hope I answered those topics that you had asked me to cover.
Thank you. I do want you to address, and I have received a couple of phone calls and throughout this process, and obviously neighbors concerned. So if you would address the 1 acre lots that are around this development, just so our neighbors understand what is around them. I know it's still not an ease for anyone to see any new development that you may not be accepting of, but if you'll explain that. And then I'm just going to read the letter, and maybe you can address some of these things. A lack of fire protection and police protection. So I know those are things that we always have to look at. So if you can help me in that conversation, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, so if you look to Cindy, if you could put back on the zoning map, if you look to the west, and again, there's a broader map that is out there, but everywhere that you see that says RA, those are 1 acre lots. So you see immediately to the west of Midwest Boulevard, you have an RA. Then what would be the northwest corner of the Turnpike in Midwest, Memorial in Midwest is RA. Then you have another RA to the east of Midwest Boulevard. So any area that has been developed, except for what is on our south, has been developed as an RA neighborhood, being 1 acre lots. So as as I said, we took great care to make sure that those southern boundaries are bigger than 1 acre. They will be a minimum of 2 acre. As it relates to fire, my understanding that police and fire did not respond with any adverse comments. I don't believe that our fire response time is out of line with the density that we are proposing.
Okay, thank you. Now, with this one was a tough one for me as far as just trying to address the concerns that we have from our neighbors. And I did have another call from some neighbors that are on the west side. So obviously, as you look and see what is to come, a lot of folks are concerned because you don't know what the outcome could possibly be. I did talk to Mr. Boxon, the developer, and those residents that were concerned. And I received this letter from another concerned citizen in the area because of what it actually says on the application for zoning for the RA family 1 acre rural residential district. So I think that's been most of the confusion for a lot of people, because people are assuming it is going to be 1 acres alone, when in fact it is not. It's a combination of 1.6 and 2 acres for this particular development. And we also eased, and I'm not sure if we really eased that conversation with the neighbor to the south to let him know that as soon as any action is taken with this, if we are able to approve, or if we're not able to approve, whatever the case may be, that if we do say yes, that he is going to file the preliminary plat to ensure that we will have the necessary 2 acres that he is asking for on the south. So that was what he asked for. So those are the things that we wanted to incorporate, and the developer has since presented the plat that you saw earlier for those pieces of the development to be added, and that protection for this neighbor to the south, as you can see right there. So thank you to all of those who reached out to me and to the office. And I know Ms. Debbie talked to a couple of those folks as well. And with that, I will go ahead and ask for approval for this application.
All right.
And as I move this, I just do want to mention too, one of the things we also specified was that the preliminary plat, we will ensure that when it goes to planning commission, that all the things we talked about today will be in that preliminary plat, or we will not approve it at the planning commission level. So our applicant does understand that.
All right. Well, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Mayor, this is Todd Stone. I lost power, so I will vote verbally yes.
Okay. Councilman McAtee and Cooper, are you also there and ready to vote verbally?
This is Councilperson Cooper, and I would vote yes as well, please.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
Mayor, Councilman McAtee is not online anymore.
Okay. All right then. Passes unanimously. All right, item 9A2 is at 12145 West Hefner Road, going from R1 and C3 to C3. Councilman Griner?
Yeah, item 2 and 3 are actually connected. And what it does is it just reorients the commercial zoning to run along Piedmont Road instead of running along Hefner Road, which definitely makes sense. And so staff recommended approval, had unanimous planning commission approval. There's no protest, so I'll move for approval whenever it comes up.
Okay, so this is a motion for item 9A2, and then we'll have a separate motion for 3. We've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes, and all those voting verbally, just jump in.
This is Councilperson Cooper saying yes, please.
Okay. Councilman Stone?
Yeah, I'll vote aye.
Okay.
Councilman McAtee is back. He needs to unmute his phone.
Okay. Councilman McAtee, if you can push *6 and unmute, I'll take your vote verbally. Is he still muted, Francis?
No.
Okay. Councilman McAtee, are you there? Okay, well, I think we can go ahead and close the vote. Passes unanimously. All right, 9A3. You want to make a motion on this, Councilman Griner?
Yeah, this is the R1 portion of it. And so I'll move for approval on that as well.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Councilman Cooper and Stone, just holler when you're ready.
Cooper here. Yes, please.
This is Stone. Aye.
Okay. Francis, I think you can close it. Passes unanimously. All right, 9A4 is 2800 North Cimarron Road, going from I-1 and I-2 to AA. And this is Councilman McAtee, but we're still not hearing from him, I guess. Councilman McAtee?
No, I don't believe he's back online yet.
All right, well, we can skip over it for now. If somebody could make contact with him and let him give us some guidance on what he wants to do with that item.
Yes, ma'am.
Including if he wants to have me move it forward, if someone could reach out to him,
Yeah.
I'll make the motion.
Yeah, yeah, and I'm perfectly comfortable with that. I hate to do it if for some reason, I know it's unlikely, but if for some reason he's not in favor of it, I want to get a little bit of guidance. But yeah, if he just wants us to move it and adopt it, we're happy to do that. Okay, we'll come back. 9A5 is at 832 Northwest 116th Street, going from R1 to R2. Councilwoman Nice, we have the applicant has signed up, as well as 3 people speaking in opposition.
Okay. Mr. McClendon, if you don't mind, would you just kind of explain what you're doing, and then we'll hear from the others, and then if there is a response needed from the others, what the others have said, then we'll move from there.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Councilwoman and Mayor and the rest of the council. I wanted to rezone this particular lot from R1 to R2. Normally, the R1 is held and doesn't get rezoned. There is R2 and higher density on the same street. Matter of fact, just 2 houses down. And I thought that this would be a menial change for this address.
Thank you. I know we do have some folks which I have spoken with a couple, so I know she will be speaking. So we'll go ahead and hear from the others that have signed up to speak, Mayor.
Okay. Na Tang. Is Na Tang on the line?
Yes, I allowed him to speak.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, can
Hello.
you hear
Go
me?
ahead. Yes.
Yeah, hi. My name is Na Tang U. I am the current resident and homeowner at 836 Northwest 116th Street. I am here on behalf of my neighbor and friend. We are strongly opposed to the zoning change in the property bordering my home. The electric is down, so I barely can see anything right here. I urge the community, here, let my daughter help me read this. I write this. The neighbor has to write. Can you see? This is my daughter, Jennifer. Go ahead. Boy, I'll call her. I urge the community.
I urge the community evaluating this request to deny it. The neighborhood homeowners and residents are happy and functioning well in the existing zoning standards that are in place here. We feel that the rezoning violates existing zoning standards for the area. We also feel that the rezoning has no genuine need. Other properties are available and the rezoning is unnecessary. We feel like the disruption caused by the rezoning and the resulting traffic is unwarranted. I appreciate your consideration of my comments and the petition signed and submitted for my neighbors. Thank you.
Yeah, we already sent in the packets to my councilwoman, Nick Knight, and thank you for hearing me out. Thank you. And a lot of my neighbors out powers too. They cannot get on. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carla Hicks.
Mayor, I couldn't find her online.
Okay. Meta Henderson.
Mayor, I was under there.
Yeah, she just called me. The hour of power cannot get on.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, that was it, Councilwoman. Back to you.
I'm concerned without the power to hear from everybody collectively. That's where my concern is. Speaking of this, I know as we look at this.
Francis, if you could mute people who've already spoken.
I know as we look at this, if you'll pull that map up, that's just where to me it's complicated for this particular development in this piece because literally from this lot, the only thing that separates duplexes is one house. So and I know to Ms. Oo's point, because I talked to her again this morning before our meeting started. Actually, it was a couple of minutes into our meeting that I was speaking with her. Her conversation is that it's on the 116th side and not the well, as far as the house instead of the Francis side, which is where our duplexes are. And again, just seeing the area that is where I am extremely concerned, especially with wanting to hear from the others, because the only person I knew I had talked to was Miss Ooh. And I see that the folks' names that you did call are listed on this petition that oppose this particular development. What I would like to do, Mr. McClendon, are you okay if I defer this just 2 weeks so I can listen to those neighbors? Because I really want to, at least due to the power outages, and I hope you're sensitive to that, because even at my home, the power is out. So I know that's a barrier right now for a lot of people to participate and at least get feedback. Are you okay if I go ahead and just defer this and make sure we get all of those conversations together before we move forward?
Yes, absolutely. That is more than fine with me. Would like to have everybody say their piece and everybody be able to fairly represent themselves.
And let me say, I appreciate you for doing and saying that. And I will be in touch with you. I know we talked yesterday, but I know we'll talk again, and we'll go further. So I'll just defer this for 2 weeks so I can hear from those others, and we'll move forward from there. So I'm asked to move it to defer for 2 weeks.
Okay, we've got a motion for a deferral of item 9A5 for 2 weeks till our next meeting.
Oh, I was looking at the wrong screen. There we go.
All right, we've got a cast your votes. Councilman Cooper, Councilman Stone, are you still there?
Stone is still here. I vote aye.
Okay.
James is still here, and I vote aye as well.
Okay. And we are still, Francis, are we still not in contact with Councilman McAtee?
We're trying to get him back online, but he asked for council person Stone Cipher to move for approval of the PC.
Okay, good information. Thank you.
That's 9A4.
Yeah, we'll take care of it. Councilwoman Hammond, have you voted? There we go. Okay, that's probably going to be it. All right, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, let's go back then to item 9A4, which is at 2800 North Cimarron Road, going from I-1 and I-2 to AA. Councilman Stone Cipher.
Thank you. Based upon Councilman McAtee's directive and based upon the fact that the Planning Commission recommended approval, I'd move the item.
All right. We have a motion and
Larry.
a second. Larry, is that you?
Yeah, Larry McAtee votes yes.
Okay, welcome back. And this is your item. And we just moved its adoption, as you know.
Thank you, sir.
Councilman Cooper?
This is Councilperson Cooper. Yes, please.
Stone?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. All right, back to item 9A6. This is at 3201 South Coburn Road, going from R1 and RMH2 to SPUD 1247. Councilman Stone.
Thank you, Mayor. Has anyone signed up to speak on this?
They have not, to my knowledge. Francis?
Mayor, no one signed up.
Thank you. This is an application for a basically an urban farm on a little more than 3 acres. It was approved with the technical evaluations, the TEs, by the Planning Commission unanimously. So with that, I would move for approval.
All right, we've got a motion for adoption, approval.
Larry McAtee says yes.
Okay.
Stone says aye.
Okay. And Councilman Cooper?
Cooper says aye as well, please.
Okay. And Councilwoman Hammond, have you voted? There we go. Passes unanimously. All right, item 9B was previously deferred at the beginning of the meeting, which brings us to item 9C, which was an ordinance recommended for approval at the Planning Commission, changing the name of Southwest 4th Street, extending from South Robinson to South E.K. Gaylord Boulevard to Mick Cornett Drive. Councilwoman Nice, would you mind if I said a few words of explanation? I'm sort of the applicant in this situation.
By all means, yes.
Okay. So obviously we all know the legacy of Mayor Cornett. He was the longest serving mayor in city history. Probably his 2 most singular achievements would be his role in the courtship of the NBA and bringing professional sports to Oklahoma City for the first time. And then also, of course, the passage of MAPS 3, which we are still enjoying the fruits of, as previously detailed even in this meeting. It has been very traditional for our multi-term mayors of the past, at least certainly in modern era, to have street namings. And of course, Mayor Cornett is the only mayor elected 4 times and making him the longest serving mayor in city history. Our city council typically meets right along Patience Ladding Circle. And of course, Ron Norick Boulevard runs near this potential naming along Robinson by the Cox Center and Marriott Gardens. I have spent much of these last 2 years that I have been in office thinking about the right place and the right way to honor Mayor Cornett's legacy and service to our city. He was running for governor, as we all recall, at the time that he left office. So I think that sort of precluded a naming immediately when he left office, but it also gave us time to think of the right thing and for the right thing to present itself. And in this case, this little observed street, which, was sort of in the shadow of Interstate 40 for many, many decades, has now emerged as a very interesting meeting point between various MAPS 3 projects. It is really it comes at the confluence of the Scissortail Park and the MAPS 3 Convention Center and the Omni Hotel project. And as we have heard in previous meetings, we're actually making a little extra investment out of the Convention Center budget to make this thoroughfare of Southwest 4th extra special. And it will be a place where special meetings and celebrations can easily be held and in a very attractive environment. I think the placement of it is so fitting, considering it is at the center of all of these MAPS 3 projects, which Mayor Cornett championed during his time in office. It is also, I would like to point out, every street naming I've ever really been behind has been very conscious of the inconveniences that can come with street namings if not done properly. But in this case, stub streets are usually always my preference, and that is the case here. This is a street that is does not really advance to the west or the east, and so therefore the loss of a numbered street in this case does not create any confusion. And of course, this naming went through all of the normal processes of comment from all city departments, and it was unanimously adopted by the Planning Commission. So with that, I submit back to you, Councilwoman Nice, and thank you for consulting with me early on in this concept, even before we made any application. And I appreciate your consideration, and obviously at the right time, I would certainly appreciate everyone's support. Councilwoman Nice?
Yes, I think this is the second street naming we've done thus far.
Yes.
So it's it's actually interesting to learn the process of how this works at the same time of us going through the process. And I will say thank you to Mayor Cornett for his service. And with that, I would like to move this application.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Larry McAtee says yes.
Very good.
Stone says aye.
Very good. Councilman McAtee, the only person who predated, actually served with Councilman Cornett, I believe.
Correct.
Councilman Cooper?
Cooper, yes.
And Councilwoman Hammond, have you voted? It looks like possibly Councilwoman Hammond is off the line now.
You are correct, Mayor.
Okay, well, that's fine then. We can close it out. All right. Wait, hold on. I lost my screen. I can't see the vote, Francis. I assume it was unanimous. Francis? There we are.
Yes, sir.
Okay, passes unanimously. All right. Thank you all very much. And that's exciting. And I think will be a very fitting, not memorial, obviously, he's very much alive, but a very fitting commemoration of Mayor Cornett's service. And I know he'll be pleased to hear of this. And I think it will certainly inspire others to think of how they can serve their city just as he so ably did for all these years. And it'll be a great thing when all of this is done down there around the convention center. All right, moving on to item 9D. This is an ordinance on final hearing related to motor vehicles and traffic and municipal court. I'm trying to remember what this is.
This is the item that was that was brought forward. Yes, sir. It was brought forward previously. It's been deferred relating to blocking streetcars.
Right. Okay. So this has to do with increasing the fines for blocking the streetcar. This was deferred from March 31st and July 21st. And I'll turn it over to you, Mr. City Manager, for guidance on how we want to proceed today, or if any councilman wants to jump in.
Yeah, this is Councilwoman Hammond. I had asked if Jason Fairbrush could present a report on sort of the findings of the signage experiment, as well as just generally kind of what our blockages have been recently.
Sure. Yeah, Jason's on the line. You should be able to speak to that.
Yes. Thank you, City Manager. Good morning, Mayor, Council. Yes, pleased to present really the results of kind of a signage experiment that we conducted over the summer along the streetcar route. If I could, I think Francis was going to be able to share a couple of slides with the council for me. If not, we can certainly move on, but I might give them just a moment.
Zach, do you have the slides?
Yes, France, I'm working on pulling those up.
So as we're getting started, yeah, there we go. So as we're getting started here, the last time we discussed this item on council, one of the suggestions that came from council was to, make sure we were doing our very best, our part to notify people that were parking along the streetcar route that if they illegally parked and blocked the streetcar, that there would be a fine. with the streetcar being new to downtown, having regular visitors to downtown. I think one of the concerns was, people might just not know the consequence of blocking the streetcar, and that, that could result in not only, towing, but even a fine or a parking citation. So at that time, we visited with council a bit, and we had identified really what, kind of what I would say is our top 4 locations of where we were having issues with just repeated blockages. And as you'll recall, those areas that we identified, 2 of them were along Hudson. One of them was up near the county courthouse between Park and Kerr. One of them was between Reno and Sheridan, right adjacent there to the Myriad Gardens. One of our most problematic spots was at Robinson between Park and Main. And then we had a location on Broadway near 7th Street that really gave us some problems. So coming out of that, that discussion with council, we had proposed, again, doing kind of a pilot program and adding some enhanced signage in those locations to see if, notifying residents that are parking downtown, the consequences of a fine, if that would change the behavior or, improve I should say, reduce the number of blockages. So this next slide here, this is the sign that we posted. I think I might have shared this with council before. We wanted to do something a little bit different, try to get residents' attention, not just, put up another typical traffic sign. So these are the type of signs that we installed in those 4 areas. And then what I wanted to share with council on the next slide here was just a look at really our results. And I'll go through, some of the detail, but overall, I would have to say that we really don't feel like the signage was all that effective. We installed the signs in July. So on the tables that you have here in front of you, what we're trying to do is compare, at the top in the dark blue, July and August blockages in 2019 to July and August blockages in 2020. Now, it goes without saying that it really is difficult to compare the data sets because of the decline in business activity downtown due to COVID. So we know that there's been less traffic, there's been less people parking, but nonetheless, interestingly enough, if you look at 2019 compared to 2020 for total number of blockages, the numbers are pretty comparable. I mean, we had 24 less blockages in 2020 if you combine July and August than the combined total for July and August in 2019. And you can see those totals basically in the second column from the left in that yellow highlighted area. But then drilling into a little bit deeper look into the data and looking at those 4 locations that I spoke about, and recall 2 of them were on Hudson. If we look at 2019 total blockages on Hudson, we had 51. In 2020, we still had 35, even with the signage. Looking at our location on Broadway, you can see that for those 2 months, we had 45 compared to 39 in 2020. And then interestingly enough, on our Robinson location, even with reduced activity downtown and really some reduced ridership on the streetcar, also exemplifying reduced activity, we actually had 49 blockages in 2019 and 57 in 2020. So our blockages actually went up on Robinson even after installing the signs. So pretty similar story if you just drilled into August alone. I mean, you can see that there is some fluctuation, but again, not the type of results that we were hoping for. We were optimistic, thinking that with the signage and even with reduced activity downtown, we should have had far less blockages than what we experienced. So, so that's the data that I think Councilwoman Hammond, that maybe you were wanting to look at. I guess our anecdotal observation here is that unfortunately, notifying and adding additional signage along the streetcar route, in addition to what we already have, may not necessarily be that effective at trying to reduce the blockages. That doesn't say that we don't have further operational options that we can explore. One of the things that we would like to explore is potentially looking at opportunities to relocate parking. We had a discussion earlier on about some parking along 11th Street, where we were able to work with the developer, I believe, and identify some other areas where we could put parking that wouldn't potentially be along the streetcar route. We'd like to look at areas along the streetcar route, again, just problem targeted areas where we might be able to eliminate a parking space or two in favor of relocating that to across the street or a adjacent block. So I think there's some things we can do operationally still. And then the other thing we are still continuing to work on is working with the state legislature to allow us as a rail transit provider to be able to initiate our own towing or removal of vehicles that are blocking the streetcar route. And, unfortunately, I think, we've tried signage, but, if we can be more proactive on our enforcement and towing, it's not necessarily the message we want to share with the community, but if we can tow more proactively, that in itself could potentially get the word out and reduce blockages. That, there is that, not only that financial penalty, but unfortunately the inconvenience of having to, retrieve your vehicle. So that's that's my report. I'm glad to, really happy to answer any other questions or any other items.
No, yeah, I appreciate that. I guess the first thing that jumps out at me is that specifically on Hudson from July 2019 to July 2020, that there is a pretty significant drop there. And I don't know how much that is related to just maybe less traffic in the area, except that I would say that the fact that the Hudson spot is near the Myriad Gardens, that actually probably would be a very highly trafficked spot in the middle of summer. And that is the one quite significant drop compared to all the other locations. So I guess in my mind, I hear you saying that, you wish it was more successful, but I do see, specifically looking at that Hudson, I'd be curious if, drilling down a little bit more, do you know, is that drop specifically that couple of spots, or are there other spots along Hudson that maybe we're also seeing a decline in?
Yeah, there is going to be there is going to be some other spots along Hudson that are in those numbers, but very few. I mean, most of that data is primarily from those two locations. And if you'll recall, this year in 2020, we began tracking blockages by individual parking space. We didn't have that in 2019, so I don't have that data set to compare to. And again, that's kind of why my comments, I said, anecdotally, we don't think it's as impactful as we had hoped. Because again, just with the huge change in the level of activity,
sure,
it's just really hard to say. And I certainly don't want to set an expectation that, hey, it looks like this signage is really doing well, and then when activity picks up, we're kind of back to square one. I mean, it can't hurt to continue to leave the signage out there, but we do wish the results would have been a little better. But admittedly, yeah, certainly it's down along Hudson and really Broadway to an extent too in August.
So, and because I guess in my mind, I guess the question is, obviously the goal is zero, but recognizing that, especially in high sort of probably turnover, especially spots, that's probably just not likely. I guess what is our, what's next best
Yeah, I
beyond
think,
beyond zero,
yeah,
every
well,
single spot across the whole system.
I mean, obviously, we always want to minimize it, and to give some context to, this blockages along a streetcar route are not just unique to our community. I mean, we exchange information with Cincinnati, with Kansas City. We have staff members that are part of the Streetcar Coalition, and everybody, is trying different things to mitigate these blockages. But anyway, to your point, zero would be great. We certainly want the blockages to be at a minimum. I think some things we could do is again, more from the operational standpoint, is really just start looking to see what we can do with those problem parking spaces along the route. And one of the best examples, I think, is our partnership with Downtown OKC, and with the support of City Council, we were able to transform that corner right at Park and Robinson into a parklet. So, not only benefiting the business and creating, extra space for their customers, but eliminating a key area for us where, we were seeing blockages. So again, when I mentioned, trying to look at individual spaces, and perhaps there's one or two on a certain block face that just continue to give us problems, maybe we can move that parking to an adjacent block. We really don't want to eliminate parking from downtown. We know how important that is to the businesses, but maybe we can just relocate some of it. Mm-hmm. So our plan moving forward, I guess, independent of whether this item passes or not, is to begin doing some of that kind of work.
Jason, this is Mark Stonecipher. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I guess, yeah, just my one last comment is, I think I'll be curious to see, obviously, yeah, we are past September. So obviously between August and September, the Robinson blockage was quite down. So I'm guessing that is owed to that parklet sort of starting to get constructed and I think close to complete. But I guess in my mind, I'm still not convinced that a higher fine is going to get us to that number. I think from what you were saying is operationally, it's decreasing opportunities for those sorts of conflicts of those high turnover spots with just with the streetcar. And in my mind, I really do want to just again point back to that. Again, it's like you said, the data it's hard to know. There's a lot of variables with the years, just knowing what 2020 has brought. But between July of 19 and 20, that Hudson number to me is quite convincing, especially compared to these other spots. And I know I recognize Robinson did have that signage. So that's an interesting spike there. But I'm still just not convinced that, especially when you look at Broadway, those are some high turnover spots as well, I would say, and seeing almost no change is to me, I think it doesn't do it. I don't know how much it's going to change people's behavior when we don't have maybe every single spot along the route with that signage, because again, there's maybe been no change or very little change. How many of those people didn't know that there's a fine, and just increasing it, in my mind, I don't really know if that's going to accomplish, those lower numbers when, again, unless we literally sign every single spot saying, hey, so I guess that's where I am. I don't want to necessarily continue this item again or defer it, because I think staff has done that. But I would ask that if this does pass, maybe we can revisit this data next spring in March or so and see, has an increased fine changed these spots, these problem spots. So thank you for your work on this, Jason.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would.
Hello? Yeah, I was going to say, Jason, officing downtown, I live with this, especially at Robinson between Park and Main. And my personal experience is these are service vehicles, large service vehicles that are delivering product, packages, and food services. And I don't see it improving. And when we have those backups, it's not something pretty. And so in my mind, I think we should revisit this in the spring, and I think we should try to come up with better solutions. But for the time being, with a new convention center opening and a new convention hotel opening, I want this system to work, and I want it to work on time. So I'm going to be for the ordinance. I'm going to move for its approval.
Is there a way for us to sunset this ordinance, or for us to set it in motion for a certain time frame? Is that possible? This is new to me, so that's why I'm asking.
Yes, we could just agree to revisit it in April of next year and have Jason come back to us.
Well,
But to answer your question, yes, I mean, you could amend the ordinance and add a sunset, much like we do with our masking ordinances.
then is it, I guess my question is, can we amend it to, for it to sunset in April, for us to revisit again to do that? I mean, that's just a question. In order for us to be able to have this conversation where we can vote on it annually instead of us having this permanent. That's my question.
I mean, I think that can be done. Kenny, do you have any problems with that, Kenny Jordan?
Actually, Kenny's not on today. It's me. And yes, you can amend that to add an expiration date. And then when you get close to that expiration date, you would have to go through this process again to go ahead and make that change again.
Okay, I'd move to amend the ordinance, first of all, to have an expiration date of April 30th, 2021.
Okay. Well, we've got a motion to amend it and a second. Cast your votes.
I vote yes. Larry McAtee votes yes.
Okay.
Stone votes aye.
Okay.
This is Councilperson Cooper. I vote yes on the amended, on the amendment.
On the amendment. Yes, got it. Okay. All right, the amendment passes unanimously. So now we are back on the ordinance as amended with an expiration of April 30th.
I now move for approval of the amended ordinance.
Okay. All right, we've got that motion in second. Cast your votes.
Larry McAtee votes yes.
Okay.
Stone votes aye.
Okay.
This is Councilperson Cooper, and I just wanted to make a quick comment as I make this vote. I am in favor, thank you. I'm in favor of the amendment that we added, but I, like Councilperson Hammond noted earlier, I have deep concerns about the idea that an increased fine is going to show those results. And I, of course, applaud the council for amending the ordinance the way that you have so that we can have some metrics, but I still just don't feel comfortable supporting it. So I'll be a no on this ordinance.
Okay. All right, the ordinance as amended passes 6-2. And so again, as previously explained, the fine will increase, but only through April as, I guess, as a little bit of a pilot project to see if it has an effect. Okay. Moving on to 9E, 1 and 2. As I understand it, we had a presentation at the last meeting on this. E1 is the public hearing regarding the Western Avenue Business Improvement District, and E2 is the resolution adopting and confirming an assessment role. Francis, has anyone signed up to speak under the public hearing regarding this item?
No, Mayor.
Okay. Then we'll close that public hearing and move on to 9E2, which is the resolution adopting and confirming the assessment role for the Western Avenue Business Improvement District. Does anybody wish to comment or make a motion?
I would just like to make a comment as I make the motion.
Sure.
Just wanted to say, for me, it's so important to say thank you to Kim Cooper Hart and all the staff who have, and the board on Western, just everyone who had the vision so many years ago to make that area more pedestrian friendly. And I think we're seeing the results through the economic growth in Western Avenue. The people in those surrounding neighborhoods very much enjoy being able to walk to the shops, restaurants, and bars, which call Western Avenue home. And I'll just note as well, this particular area is where, 10 years ago, I got the idea to reach out to my then council person to say, hey, what did they do on Western Avenue to make that area more pedestrian friendly? I want to do that with historic 39th Street. And had Western Avenue not been in place the way that it was, I'm not sure that idea would have really hit me the way that it did. So I just really want to thank everybody for their work on Western. I think it really set in motion some really great, things for Ward 2. So with that, I would move for approval.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Larry McAtee votes yes.
Okay. I'm still waiting, Francis, I'm still waiting for a second on my screen. Okay, there we go. We have a motion and a second. And then cast your votes as soon as you are able. We seem to be going backwards. Okay. There we go. There we go. Okay, cast your votes. Councilman McAtee has already stated he is voting aye. Councilman Cooper, I presume you are voting aye based on your comments.
Correct. Thank you.
And Councilman Stone?
Aye.
Okay. Passes unanimously. All right, 9F. This is an ordinance, is related. This is an ordinance on final hearing adopted and setting the assessment role for the Western Avenue Business Improvement District, etc. You want to go ahead and probably make a motion on that, Councilman Cooper, as well?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion, please. Thank you, Mayor. Motion to approve. I guess I could have made any motion, but specifically to approve.
Yes, okay. We've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Larry McAtee votes yes.
Thank you.
Cooper, yes.
Is a yes. Stone?
Stone's an aye.
Okay. Passes unanimously. All right, 9G is a resolution, it's also related, a resolution approving a sole source professional services agreement with the Western Avenue Association, Inc. To manage, maintain, and market the district, etc. Councilman Cooper. Probably like to make a motion as well, I'm guessing.
This is for G, right?
What's that?
Yes.
You said, I'm sorry, item G, just making sure. Yes,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion on that as well, please. Thank you. Motion to approve.
Yes. All right, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Larry McAtee votes yes.
Okay.
Stone's an
Cooper, yes.
Okay, got it. All right, passes unanimously. All right, item 9H. This is the public hearing regarding the proposed ordinance relating to businesses, amending Chapter 60, the General Schedule of Fees, Title 13. This regards medical marijuana businesses. There was a presentation at our previous meeting on this proposed ordinance update, and this is therefore the second of 3 meetings. The final vote would occur at a future meeting. This is merely the public hearing. Francis, has anyone signed up to speak under this public hearing?
No, sir.
All right. Then we will close that public hearing and advance to item 9I. This is the public hearing. 9I1 is the public hearing regarding the dilapidated structures here listed. I believe we do have someone who has signed up to speak on the item that crosses all three of the next three here. Item 9I, C, 9J, C, and 9KB. And this is the address at 2516 North Kate Avenue. Shun Walton.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Go ahead.
I am the new owner of this property. The property was caught a fire about 2 weeks ago. The property was secured prior to the fire. Within 2 weeks, I have been put on notice through council. I didn't know about my property had been burned by the fire department or by anyone, just checking the property. I spoke with Mr. Smith, who has been awesome through the process, and I spoke with Mrs. Penny, who has been great. My concern is that given extra time, meaning having a property, someone breaking in it, burning it, and you're trying to fix it up. This weather has been awful. Trying to have a contractor to do the right thing, do it professionally, so it keeps the neighborhood safe and looking up to par. That's what I strive to do. We started on it this past week, closing up the roof and everything, but was not able to finish it. It's secured, but they've broken into it again. Just trying to do the extras have led up to this point. Didn't know that it comes across council so fast, and I would have never known had I got the letter in the mail. I just need some assistance with that. It's just a little too much for me. Maybe someone can assist me with that. And then being put on a list, if the fire department is called or police is called, I'm going to be charged all of these fines and fees. It's like I'm being having to walk a plank for having a property that I'm trying to update.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, Mr. City Manager, is there a staff response to those comments?
Chad, are you on?
I am. Thank you, Chad Davidson, Code Enforcement Superintendent. This property came to us, I believe we put a notice on it the 12th of October. Noticed at that time the home was unsecured and that it had had a fire. And then the garage, as you can see with the photos there, in the condition that it's in. I believe it has some unstraight structural members, a little hole in the roof there on the side as well, and it's leaning severely. We'd be more than happy to work with the owner there to bring the property into compliance. But do remember when we declare these unsecured or dilapidated, we are also declaring them, we ask that they be declared abandoned. And that's where we're at today.
Well, and I understand that, sir, but if I go every other day and I board up my property, I secure it, and you have people that come that are homeless and they tear it up, and of course you see that they burned it, they're trying to keep warm. I that's beyond my call, but as a homeowner or property owner, I'm doing the best thing that I could properly do to secure and keep my property. Like I stated before, I've never seen this happen before, and I've done some research. Within 2 weeks' time, this property is having to walk a plank. To a certain extent, it's kind of like I'm being targeted, but I cannot say that for sure. But like I said, Mr. Smith and Miss Penny, I lift my hat off to them. They have been phenomenal with trying to assist. And there's so many code enforcers out there that are just awesome. I'm not talking negative about anything that one has done. I'm just talking about the positives in which it's happening to me and needing assistance with this piece of property. I just don't feel that I should be having to walk a plank regarding that when I, as a homeowner, have boarded it up at this time before it was broken into and set afire, by someone trying to stay warm or whatever the case may be. And I'm trying to communicate every day with the city to ask for assistance. I mean, like, can you give me extra time? I'm working on it. I've patched up the roof. And here I am now at the mercy of the city council. I just think that it's a bit much and that I be granted some time on this because, like I said, when someone burns a property, those are dollars that have to be spent that you did not set aside, to have to repair it right now, even though you're going to have to repair it, but that's more cost.
Mr. Walton, thank you for calling. I guess my question to you, Mr. Chad, I'm looking at it. Explain to me. Okay, so this is really just the detached garage, correct? That we're looking at, that
Yes,
we're
ma'am.
referencing. Okay. And Mr. Walton, I hope you do understand. It's not the home per se; it is a detached garage. But either way, I am more than happy to extend you the time that we can help you to get this taken care of. Because in my wheelhouse, that's why we asked for folks like you to call to let us know what's going on, and we appreciate you for doing that.
Thank you.
Woman, if I could interrupt for just a second.
Yes.
The detached garages, we feel is dilapidated, but the home is also on the unsecured docket. The windows and a crawl space. And I believe, like he said, he had been working on the hole in the roof, but some windows and a crawl space are unsecured on the home.
Did someone go check that in the last few days?
I believe it was last checked on the 19th, and I believe that the owner here acknowledges that it still remains unsecured.
It's not totally unsecured. We went over there and secured the windows, the roof, and the doors. But I believe that, as of yesterday, they walk that street. You have people that don't work and do extracurricular activities that break in people's homes on a regular. I have contracted a company that soon as this weather breaks, they are going to go over there immediately and secure the home, the doors, the crawl spaces, and the garage, and put up a stockade fence on the back of the house that someone stole, the one that was previously there. So I'm doing the best that I can to secure my property, but if it's a revolving door, I'm just, asking for extra patrol in that area because we do have senior citizens that live there as well in that area.
Thank you. Mr. Freeman, can you help us ensure that we get extra security around that area, just in the general area of Kate?
I will talk with the police chief and see what we can do about having some patrols out in that area.
Thank you. What I will do is I will ask for this item in particular, and then we'll go to the next one. And Mr. Walton, if you'll continue to stay in contact with our development services, the folks you've talked to, we'll work through that process. So I'm going to ask that we defer it, and I'm going to defer your other item. At least I would like to, for the garage, I'll do, if you don't mind, for both, we'll do a couple weeks and we'll check in from there. Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right. So with that item, I will ask that we defer. This is item 9I1C, that we defer it 2 weeks.
Okay.
Thank you.
And we'll take it up again as we get to the next ones. But for now, there's a motion to defer item 9I1C. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Larry McAtee votes yes.
Thank you.
Stone votes aye.
Thank you.
I turned off the video. I hope that's okay, but I'll
without power and it's quickly draining my phone. So.
Okay, understandable. Councilman Cooper?
I would, yes.
Okay. All right, passes unanimously. Now we are back on the public hearing for item 9I1. This is the public hearing regarding the dilapidated structures here listed, except for the ones previously struck and the one just deferred. Francis, has anyone else signed up to speak under this public hearing?
No, sir, just Mr. Walton.
Okay. Well, then we will proceed to the resolution found at item 9I2, declaring that the structures are dilapidated.
Move the resolution.
Okay. A motion and a second to adopt the resolution, except for the items previously struck or deferred. Cast your votes.
Larry McAtee says yes.
Okay. Cooper and Stone?
Cooper says yes as well, please.
Okay. Councilman Stone? Councilman Stone? Have we lost him? I see him, but he's muted. All right, well.
He isn't there, Mayor.
Okay, all right, well, we can close it. Passes unanimously. All right, item 9J1 is the public hearing regarding the unsecured structures here listed. I know that we had Mr. Walton signed up to speak, and we've addressed that. We do need to defer that item, but before we get to that deferral, is there anyone else who signed up to speak under this public hearing, Francis?
No, Mayor.
Okay. Councilwoman Nice, did you want to make a motion to defer item 9J1C?
Yes, I would like to move that item as far as defer. Thank
All
you.
right. We've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Larry McAtee says yes.
Thank you. Councilman Cooper?
Cooper says yes as well, please.
All right. Councilwoman Nice, for some reason you say waiting on my screen. There we go. And I guess Councilman Stone is still out of touch, so we can probably close it. Passes unanimously. Okay, that was just the deferral. Now we proceed to item 9J2, the resolution declaring that the structures are unsecured except for those previously struck or deferred.
Hello.
We have a motion and a second.
Larry
Cast your
McAtee
votes.
says yes.
Thank you. Let's see, Councilman Cooper?
Yes, please.
Okay. Passes unanimously. 9K1 is the public hearing regarding the abandoned buildings here listed, except for those previously struck. And we'll address 9K1B here in a moment. But Francis, has anyone else signed up to speak under this public hearing?
No, Mayor.
Okay. Councilwoman Nice, I presume you would like to move for a deferral of item 9K1B.
That is correct.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Larry McAtee says yes.
Thank you. Councilman Cooper?
Person Cooper says yes.
Okay. Councilwoman Nice, have you voted? There we go. Passes unanimously. That was the deferral. Now we are on item 9K2, the resolution declaring that the buildings are abandoned, except for those previously deferred or struck. And we'll accept a motion to adopt that resolution. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Larry McAtee says yes.
Okay. Councilman Cooper?
Yes, please.
Passes unanimously. All right, thank you. Item 9L1 is a public hearing regarding amending the June 16th City Council resolution approving certain fire and other sales tax expenditures. This relates to the resolution found at 9L2 that will be introduced today and set for final hearing November 10th, amending that City Council resolution. I believe we have a presentation, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, Chief Richard Kelly is on to explain the changes that are needed in the fire sales tax resolution.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I just want to make sure you can hear me okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I'm Richard Kelly. I'm the fire chief, and just thank you for the opportunity to go over this real quick. What we're actually doing here is the reason we're raising it from 100,000 to 200,000 is an increase of our paramedic training for our incumbent firefighters. So we have 23 firefighters that are in paramedic training with an average cost of about $9,000 per firefighter. And the reason that we're doing this is trying to complete our fire ALS paramedic program for all our fire stations. We're very close. We look to do that and accomplish that after the first of the year, where we'd have all 37 fire stations, and eventually when we open Fire Station 38, also ALS, Advanced Life Support. So this increase is just to provide that paramedic ALS training for our incumbent firefighters. So I appreciate your support of this. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for the chief? All right, there is a public hearing here. Francis, has anyone signed up to speak under this public hearing?
No, Mayor.
Okay. Then I suppose we can introduce the resolution. That's the action for today, and that's at 9L2. Is there a motion to introduce the resolution and set it for final hearing on November 10th? Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Larry McAtee says yes.
Okay. Councilman Cooper?
I say yes as well, please.
Okay. All right, passes unanimously. That brings us to item 9M. This relates to something we discussed earlier in the meeting. This is a resolution approving a request by the Swisher family to name the new park to be located near Southwest 15th and Morgan Road, Swisher Park, in honor of their parents, the late Bill and Wanda Swisher, former Oklahoma City business and civic leaders. I believe, Mr. City Manager, we have a presentation on this.
Yeah, Doug Cupper's on to give us some comments on this, but I think you pretty much outlined exactly what the purpose is.
Thank you. This is Doug Cupper, Parks and Recreation Director. Thank you, Mayor, City Manager. As we discussed earlier in the agenda, we are now acquiring the approximately 100 acres from the Swisher family. It's adjacent to land that the senior Mr. Swisher donated years ago to the city. The family requested that it be named in honor of the parents, and the Board of Park Commissioners, which is the official naming committee for park-related naming for the recommendations to the City Council, voted unanimously in support of naming this future park after the family, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions or comments for Doug?
I'd like to make a comment to Doug. This is very fitting. Mr. Switzer for years was a very prominent businessman. He owned the property at the corner of Morgan Road and I-40. Was very active in civic affairs, and it's only fitting that this land be named after him to perpetuate all the good that he brought to the citizens of Oklahoma City. So I would like to move for approval when that time comes.
Okay. Well, if there are no other comments, that time may be here. I think we can go ahead and take a motion. We've got a
I move
motion
the
and a second.
resolution.
Okay, great. We've got that. And we've got a motion and a second. So cast your votes.
This is James Cooper. I say yes, please.
Okay. And Councilman McAtee, I assume you are a yes on the vote as well.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
All right, passes unanimously. That brings us to item 9N1. I don't believe we need executive session. This is a resolution approving the request for salary continuation for Lieutenant Jace Largent while he continues to require rehabilitation. You can take a motion on that. Got a motion and a second. Cast
Larry
your
McAtee
votes.
says yes.
Thank you. Councilman Cooper?
This is Councilperson Cooper. Yes, please.
Okay. Passes unanimously. All right, 901. I don't believe we need executive session. This is a resolution approving the request for salary continuation for Corporal James Jackson while he continues to require rehabilitation. We can take a motion on this. Motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Larry McAtee says yes.
Thank you. Cooper?
This is Councilperson Cooper. Yes, please.
Got it. Passes unanimously. All right. 9P1. This is a resolution authorizing the municipal councilor to confess judgment without an admission of liability in the case of Ewald v. City of OKC. I'm told that we don't need executive session unless anybody has a discussion. Otherwise, we'll take a motion. All right, motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Larry McAtee says yes.
Okay. Cooper? Councilman Cooper?
I would say this is Councilperson Cooper. I would say yes.
All right. Passes unanimously. All right, 9Q1. I don't believe we need executive session. This is a resolution authorizing the municipal councilor to confess judgment without admitting liability in the United States District Court for the Western District of Oklahoma, case styled Nolan v. City of OKC. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Larry McAtee says yes.
This is
Cooper?
Councilperson Cooper. I would say yes.
Very good. Passes unanimously. 9R1. I'm told we don't need executive session. This is a resolution authorizing the municipal councilor to enter into an agreed settlement and journal entry of judgment in the Oklahoma County District Court case styled City of OKC v. Brunton et al. We could take a motion on this. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Larry McAtee says yes.
Thank you. Cooper? Councilman Cooper? Do we still have Councilman Cooper on the line?
Yes, he's still there.
Okay, well, I suppose we can move on. All right, passes unanimously. Okay, item 9S1 and 2 were struck at the beginning of the meeting, which brings us to item 9T. This is an request to enter into executive session on advice of the municipal counselor to receive confidential communications regarding the case of Stewart v. City of OKC. We'll take a vote now to go into executive session, and then we'll actually handle that executive session at the conclusion of our other business. We've got a motion and a second to go into executive session. Cast your votes.
Larry McAtee says yes.
All right, thank you. Councilman Cooper. Okay, we can close it out. Passes unanimously. All right, item 10A. This is don't believe we need executive session. Item 10A1 is a claim recommended for approval. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Larry McAtee says yes.
Thank you. Passes unanimously. That brings us to item 11, items from council. We have item 11A, an ordinance to be introduced and adopted with an emergency, amending ordinance number 26451 to extend the 180-day moratorium to a 365-day moratorium on the acceptance of new applications for PUDs and SPUDs that would allow construction on or use of property within Oklahoma City for freestanding signs, etc. Councilman Stonecipher, you want to explain what this is about?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. This is a moratorium that is scheduled to expire on November 23rd, 2020. City staff has been working with a consultant to draft a new sign code, but additional time is required to finalize the draft and to present it for its adoption. So I'd move for the ordinance to be approved.
Okay,
Larry
and
McAtee says second.
thank you. And Francis, it is desired that this have an emergency, which would be the second vote. But I know that, and that's going to require 7 votes regardless of how many of us are currently in attendance, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we may have to rustle somebody up here in a minute, but that's not relevant on this particular vote. We've got a motion and a second for adoption of the ordinance. And go ahead and cast your votes. And I'm sorry, Larry, did you say to vote aye?
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right, so we'll close that out. That passes unanimously, but only 6-3. I'm sorry, 6-0. Councilman Stonecipher, we need to find somebody else.
Would you mind deferring this vote for a minute and let me make some phone calls?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. Yeah, I'll just hold
Mayor.
it. I'm not deferring, but yeah, I'll just hold it for a moment. Yes, Francis?
Mayor, Councilman Stone is having cell phone problems. He is trying to get back on, and
Okay.
we did lose Cooper, and we're checking in with him to get him back.
Okay, and
I
think Councilman Griner might be available.
Can we take this vote after executive session?
Sure. We can take it any time before we adjourn today. So yeah, we'll just hold it for now. And if we get word that somebody else has joined, maybe we'll just pick it up at some point. So yeah, we'll just hold it for now. This is the vote on the emergency for 11A. We'll return to that once we have at least 7 members present.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, let's go around the virtual horseshoe for comment. And I did just, by the way, get a text from Councilman Cooper that he is here, but his phone won't let him speak. I see that he's unmuted on our end, so something's going on with his phone. But we will begin with Ward 3, I guess.
Nothing today, Mayor.
All right. Ward 5.
Yes, just a second.
We can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, well, just a second. Let me pull this up. Mayor, I do want to make a point because of some of the issues that we addressed this morning. First of all, with respect to the funds going to the minority businesses, as well as the discussion in terms of new parks that are coming online. And just to include Ward 5, the new Senior Wellness Center, I'm concerned we're not capturing a lot of data that will help support our decisions to go forward with these types of projects. So let me explain. In regards to the funding for minority interest, this is the first time that I was told that we are capturing certain types of data. I've yet to see any of it, but at least I'm told now that we are capturing it in terms of size of the business, the number of employees, the industry, the location of the business. I think all of that's important. We have a great opportunity to assist businesses here in Oklahoma City, as well as assist the community in an effort to provide some economic stimulus that will have a benefit to the entire city, the entire state, in my opinion. And information such as those pieces of data could be used at this point, because we still have additional funds to distribute, to see if we could place those funds in certain areas that would have a greater impact for both, again, our local community as well as the entire state. But we're not provided with any of that information. In regards to the new parks, I think now's a great time to begin capturing data and be able to demonstrate the improved outcomes, especially for the youth in terms of educational outcome, health outcomes, and even from a criminal activity in areas surrounding these new parks. I think we need to prepare ourselves and have somebody assume the responsibility to begin capturing and continue to capture that data. Same could be said for the most recent Senior Wellness Center. That's an important component in terms of providing a healthy resource for seniors. But I think just as an important component is that of mental health. So we could be capturing data as we meet with the new members, and both from a health and mental standpoint, and continue to evaluate that data over the next several years. I would just like for somebody within the city to say, yes, I'll assume that responsibility, and we're going to start getting, hopefully, quarterly or semi-annually or at least annual reports with that kind of information. I think the citizens of Oklahoma City would like to see that. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Ward 6?
Yeah, I just would like to just publicly say thank you to Jared Shaded and the whole anyone in the planning department that has been working with him on our winter shelter plan. My understanding is they've been working on a plan since July, especially with COVID, recognizing that what we sort of did last year for emergency winter weather shelter was not going to work because of physical distancing needs, as well as some of our shelters having beds put aside that may normally have been for that emergency shelter for those acute care beds for people in experiencing homelessness that might be exhibiting symptoms of COVID, that they've been doing a really great job in getting that all up online, and especially with the weather that we've experienced over the last 24 hours, how much of a lifeline that is to the people in our community that live outside, and is surely saving lives, knowing how low the temperatures are, but especially with the freezing rain and sleet, just how harmful that is, especially since like 2 weeks ago it was like 80 degrees. So just folks being prepared for that, and I just really want to give them a lot of thanks and just kind of lift up their work on that to try to just protect residents in the city and keep people safe. So thank you.
Thank you. Ward 7?
Yes, I would like to echo that because obviously that is important right now with what's going on. And I have a couple of other thank yous to our city staff. I know yesterday, those who were working to get out the salt even around the city hall as we were walking out. I was walking out yesterday afternoon. They were dressed for it, but I don't think anyone was really prepared for what happened, and they still were out there putting salt down for us, and I appreciate them for being able to do that. And because I know, again, this is not an easy time for any of us. And I also want to thank our city manager. I had to call him late last night for an ask with something happening in the community, and he didn't hesitate to assist me in that effort. And also Chief Kelly. So thank you all, and Chief Thompson, because I had to reach out to a couple of people just to try to get some understanding and knowledge because of some seniors. And that was my priority was seniors when I heard that. So I know we were able to work through it. I'm not sure of the resolve, if there was a full resolve of that as far as maybe housing, just because of the electricity being out, the power outages being everywhere. And now I'm understanding as we're in this council meeting, my mom's now without power. So, pretty much all throughout the city, I think we're all experiencing it in different ways. And we've obviously seen a couple of our council members experience it during our council meeting too. So our thoughts are definitely with everyone working through this process and those who are working to establish our power. So I would continue to ask everyone to continue to stay safe in this process. And I do want to say I totally agree with everything Councilman Greenwell said. And I know as far as data, that's the one thing in Oklahoma we haven't done fully is the data. So I know with this resiliency and recovery data that we are working towards, this will shift a different narrative for us to be able to work through those conversations that are a little more difficult when we're trying to work through the processes of taking care of all of Oklahoma City. So I am thankful that we are going to be able to do that. I want to continue to talk about, obviously, we still recognize and acknowledge Breast Cancer Awareness Month and domestic violence. So I want to thank Centennial Health for my pink pin, my pink ribbon, for them acknowledging Breast Cancer Awareness Month, as well as everyone who that has survived. We want to also continue to have thoughts and say our thoughts are with our survivors and those who may be experiencing the process right now. We know you will continue to fight through whatever is happening as far as the journey is concerned for you right now. We got a couple of things happening this weekend in the Northeast Quadrant, so I do want to make mention of those as far as Halloween is concerned. So there are a couple of places, the Selfless Hands Foundation, they're going to be having something as far as trunk or treat. It's a couple of them happening, trunk or treat, and this is going to be safe and socially distanced in front of 1148 Northeast 36th Street. So if you know where Ice Event Center and Grill is, it's going to be in that area of the community. And across the street in the other parking area and shopping center, they're going to be having Afroween. So that's going to be cool. It's going to be trunk or treat as well, and they're asking our young people to dress up as their favorite superhero. And I must say, I will be dressed up Saturday as Dora Milaje from Black Panther, so it's going to be exciting for the young people, for me to even see the young people dressing up. So that's from 4 to 7, and the address is 3722 North Kelly. And something else that's happening is the Halloween edition block party for 10KC. So that's going to be the 5th annual online and watch party, 23rd in Rhode Island, and the grand opening of Kindred Spirits. And we've heard from our small businesses that have had to make climb a lot of different ways in order to be successful in opening or maintain their businesses, especially in Northeast Oklahoma City. So I would ask that we support them in any effort that we can. So that's from 4 to 7. And we're going to do Souls to the Polls on Saturday morning. So we're asking all of those who are able will be at the Mount Olive Baptist Church at 9:30. That's when the rally begins, and we will journey and walk from the church to the county election board and cast our ballot. So I've been able to participate in that in the last few presidential elections, and it is awesome to be able to participate, or actually our major elections, to participate in just having folks go and gather together in the voting process. So we do know that this is one of the most important elections of our journey thus far for a lot of us. So I just want to make sure that people are aware of that. I know the College Democrats are also doing one, and it's going to be from the Nappy Roots bookstore, which is on 36 in Spring Lake, and they will be journeying at 9 a.m. So there's a few different things happening, but either way, we're going to end up at the county election board to cast our ballot. So we're just asking all that can and will. We will be socially distanced to do that, and looking forward to gathering together to do all those things. And today, if I don't say this, today is the last day for anyone that can and will to sign up for absentee voting, vote by mail. Today is the last day, and you have to do it by 5 p.m. So I just wanted to make sure I got that information out there, and that's all that I have.
All right, thank you. Ward 8.
Thank you. I also wanted to state I appreciate what Councilor Greenwell had to say today about the business data for the projects that he mentioned. I look forward to working with Councilor Greenwell and NICE and others and our city staff to make sure we provide that data, to make sure we are as transparent as possible for our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, city manager reports, item 12.
Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Okay, well, I'm trying to think. I'm with your arrival again. I was about to suggest maybe, Mark, that you want to try to do that emergency vote real quick.
I would. What's
Okay.
that number again?
It's item 11A, the emergency. Is Councilman McAtee, are you still on the line?
He's there. He's muted.
Okay, just before we go down this road, I want to hear his voice. I want to make sure he's there to vote. Larry, can you unmute?
We're unmuted. I can hear you. You can hear me,
Okay.
I think.
Okay, great. So Francis, do you think that means we've got 7 present?
Yes, we have everyone but Ward 1 and Ward 4.
Okay, all right. Mark, back to you.
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, we have already passed 11A as an ordinance. At this time, I'd move to place the emergency upon the ordinance.
Okay, got a motion on the emergency, to adopt the emergency for item 11A. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Councilman McAtee and Cooper?
McAtee says yes.
This is Cooper, yes.
Okay. Councilman Greenwell? Wait, did David leave us?
Hey, withdraw the motion.
Yes, David
Well,
left.
Okay, well, Francis, I think it's probably too late to withdraw. We're in the middle of the vote. We can re-vote.
Could we just delay that till after executive session and let me make some calls?
Yeah, I will have to declare this vote to have failed, but then we can obviously do a re-vote at any time before we adjourn today. So sorry that happened. All right, I guess.
Hey, Mayor, I
Yeah.
just was informed that Councilor Greenwell lost power and he's trying to desperately get back on as we speak.
He is back on, Mayor.
I haven't closed the vote yet. So
Okay.
Councilman Greenwell, do you want to vote? How would you vote on the emergency for item 11A? That was the billboard ordinance.
Yes, thank you. I'll vote yes.
Okay. All right, that's just as dramatic as it gets in local government. There we go. 7-0 passes unanimously and with the required 7 votes for the emergency. All right, that concludes items from council. Now we're at item 12, city manager reports. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, sir. We have our annual resident support program. We did the survey this year, and we work with ETC Institute. Chris Tatham is here with us to present the results of the survey.
Great, Mayor and everyone. It's great to be back with you again. I'm going to try to share my screen. I think I'll have to be given the ability to do that, and I'll pull up the PowerPoint presentation for you to see in just one moment. So we had a bunch of snow up here in Kansas City as well. So not quite the power outages that you're experiencing. So anyway, let me get this pulled up and we'll get started. So anyway, the city's been doing this almost every year now since 2005. So you have a tremendous wealth of data. You've been through the last economic crisis. We've now done the survey again during really one of the most challenging periods in our nation's history. And I can just tell you up front, Oklahoma City, your residents have a lot of confidence and really think highly of local elected officials and how the government's handling this. This is one of the few favorable reports that I've been giving this year, particularly in the past 3 to 4 months. So just want to commend you on that front and kind of set the tone for today's presentation. If anyone's new to the City Council or you haven't been part of the presentations before, ETC Institute, we're based in Kansas City, but we now do work all over the world. We maintain databases with literally millions of responses from respondents in every state in the country and overseas. And we use that data to help local governments use public input to make decisions. I don't think the survey is the decision-making tool, but it helps inform the information that you're otherwise processing to decide how to invest resources, how to communicate to the public, and frankly, to improve the decision-making process. As far as today, I'm just going to briefly recap the purpose and methodology. I'll give you what I like to call the bottom line up front, and that's essentially the major findings. So as we're getting to lunch, and if you're thinking about that, you'll at least know where I'm headed. Then I'll summarize, and at the end, if there's any questions, be happy to answer those. As far as the overall purpose of the survey, it was designed originally back in 2005. We've made a few modifications over the years, but to give you a tool to objectively assess what does the average residents think about city services and what the priorities are. Without a tool like this, it's really hard to know what the average resident thinks. We did a survey 2 years ago of more than 4,000 US residents, and we asked them if they had been to a public meeting of any kind in the previous year, and a whopping 7% indicated that they had. We then asked them, was it really within the last year? The number dropped to 3%. We then asked them why they went. Number one reason by over 50% of the respondents was to see someone get an award or get an award themselves, some sort of recognition. Number two was to tell city leaders what they didn't like about the city. And number three was to change the way things were being done. The average person just expects good services, and they probably aren't going to come to a meeting unless they want to change the process. And without a tool like this survey, it's hard to really know, are you meeting those expectations, and how are those expectations changing? As you've used it over the years, you've used it in many ways to help set priorities. And I will also to see how you stack up to other communities. So today I'm going to show you some of those comparisons to our national averages. I won't spend a lot of time on the methodology, but the process that we use this year is very similar to previous years. We select a random sample of residents across the city, and our goal is to make sure that we get at least 150 from each of the city's 8 wards. We accomplished that this year. We actually ended up having a tremendous response rate of over 1,500 participants. COVID-19 environment, people are being more responsive, I think, in many ways this year than they haven't been in the past, mainly because they maybe have more time or they're more concerned about local issues. The results aren't perfect. They have an accuracy of about plus or minus 2.5% at the 95% level of confidence. And that just means if we did the survey 100 times, 95 times out of 100, you'd see these same results within about 2.5% or less. So they're very accurate. In addition, the sample is very representative if you compare it to the national or US Census estimates for the city. And this map just simply portrays the little red dots were the people who responded to the survey. So you can get a sense that we do have good geographic coverage throughout the city. With that said, here's the major findings and the takeaways. Overall satisfaction with city services among the best in the nation. I'm going to show you some comparisons, but there's a lot to be proud of here. The real takeaway for me is that in spite of COVID-19, which we've really seen cause many cities, particularly large cities, see significant decreases in satisfaction, you've continued to set the trend. In fact, you've actually gone up and improved in most areas. Your overall ratings are 13% above the nation as a place to live and 27% above the national average as a place to work. Streets are still a top priority. Other priorities include police, code enforcement, and traffic flow. Though satisfaction with traffic flow is up significantly, as you might expect. So with that, here's what we found. Let me just walk you through some of the findings. One of the things we do is we ask residents some key indicators about the city as a place to live, place to work, place to raise children. And what you'll notice on this and other charts is there's lots of blue. The blue indicated not just that people give okay ratings, but they're actually giving positive ratings. A neutral rating, a 3 on a 5-point scale, is actually okay. So the only negatives you see are really in red. And you'll notice that in all of the major areas that were assessed, including how the city's moving as far as moving in the right direction, are very good. If you'll notice that fourth item down from the top, 73% of residents actually think the city's moving in the right direction. And that's down a little bit from last year, but compared to the rest of the nation, you're doing extremely well. In addition, when you look at things like quality of life, your downtown, overall quality of services, feelings of safety, again, those all rate very well. In addition to that, I want to highlight the third one down on this chart, and that's just the overall perception of how city services are developed or distributed across the board. And you'll see that 67% give positive ratings, only 7% give negative ratings. So for every person that tells you the city's doing a terrible job, there's actually almost 10 people out there that think you're doing a really good job. So you're to be commended for that, particularly in this environment. This map just shows it's a blue map, and you might think, well, okay, what's that tell me? What that tells you is that the overall rating for city services is pretty much the same throughout the city. In other words, we've shaded the mean or the average rating from each ward on a scale of 1 to 5. And a blue means that for the most part, people are satisfied, and you'll see that all wards get the same rating. And that's important, especially in a large city like Oklahoma City, which is geographically enormous, to basically be able to deliver the same level of service or meet expectations across the community is a great accomplishment. When we look at some of your major core services, fire, trash, and so forth, you'll see that for the most part, you get good ratings. In fact, if you don't look at the very bottom line, you'll see that every area is fairly positive. Even traffic flow has 24%, but you can see for every person who's negative, 43% or almost twice as many, 48%, excuse me, or twice as many gave positive ratings. The one area that continues to be a concern is streets, but you've made tremendous progress over the past couple of years. It's up to 18%, and you may say, well, that doesn't seem very good. Well, it was 9% just a couple of years ago, and that's one of the hardest areas to change. So definitely moving in the right direction. In addition, when you look at maps across the city, you'll see the entire city feels good about your fire services. It's all in dark blue, doesn't get better than that. When it comes to your ambulance services, again, the whole city is in blue, which is, you might like it all to be in dark blue, but that's rare. So I don't want someone to be looking and say, uh-oh, those areas have problems. The light blue is very good too. Your police services are something what we've paid extra attention to this year because of all the riots and the challenges. And you'll see that the police service ratings are the same in every ward and generally very high. There are some differences by race though. You'll notice if you look at the bottom left-hand corner, Black Americans or African Americans are less likely to be satisfied than other racial groups. And so that's something that you should at least be aware of, because sometimes the overall rating might mask some of the needs for some of your special segments of the population. Trash services are good throughout the city, but I want to highlight that when it comes to concerns, the maintenance or condition of streets is still the number one concern, and you can see it's in all areas of the city. With that said, though, one of the things that really impressed me this year, having given so many negative presentations, not that the presentation are in themselves negative, but the direction of the responses compared to a year ago has been negative in many places. Your results are tremendous. This really shows me that you as city leaders have responded in a way that has exceeded the expectations of your residents. In other words, that's what it's all about. At the end of the day, if your ratings go down, that means you're not meeting expectations. If you go up, that means you're exceeding, or you're making people generally happier about what you're doing. And you'll notice of 41 areas that were assessed last year and this year, 40 areas, all the areas, 40 areas increased significantly. Only one area decreased significantly. And interestingly, that was the rating you got for the city moving in the right direction. It went down 3% in the city of Oklahoma City. It was down 13% nationwide. In some communities, it's down 30 to 40%. So you've weathered this pandemic very well in regard to the way you've led the city through it. In addition, you can see particularly several areas, traffic flow, city communication, your infrastructure, mowing and trimming, and also the condition of your streets have all gone up significantly. And what I want to highlight, perhaps most importantly, is the two issues that were most important last year. Traffic flow and street maintenance are two of the areas you've made the most improvement in. And that really shows you're being responsive to community concerns. And for that reason, it probably should not surprise you that you're setting the standard in a number of areas. As a place to live, work, raise children, as a city that's moving in the right direction, as a place to visit and retire, you'll notice that Oklahoma City is significantly better than the national average. And if you compare yourself to other large cities, you're extremely, I guess that's not the best term, your level of performance is way above. I'm trying to think of a way to describe when you're 30% above. That's not just statistically significant. You're setting the standard. And you see, as a place to work, you're at 81% compared to 45%. And as a city that's moving in the right direction, you're 31 points above other large cities right now. So just tremendous. When it comes to fire services, you're setting the standard there. Customer service is 30 points higher than what we see in other large cities, and your communication is 16% above what we see in other large cities. Most your other areas are either at or on par with other communities, except you'll see the traffic flow. You'll see you're better than the national average for big cities, a little bit below average sized communities, but all in all, you're doing extremely well. When it comes to some of the utility services, I highlighted these because these are some of the ones where your customers or your residents have the most interaction with city employees. And you'll notice that in every area, you rate significantly above the national average. In fact, your bulk item pickup and removal service is 34% above the national average. The overall rating for your customer service at 71% is substantially above the 42% that we see elsewhere across the country in large communities. So again, sometimes it's difficult to celebrate as leaders because you are doing so many things and responding to so many fires and trying to pave the direction for where you're going to go next. The survey results that I see for you this year particularly show that you've been very responsive to the community, and most people in the community feel like you're going where they want you to go. With that said, though, we don't just look at the overall ratings, we also look at the priorities. And you notice the number one priority continues to be condition of streets. 76% of residents picked that as one of their top three choices. Police was second at 41%. Traffic flow was third. But police had a significant number picking it as their first choice, whereas traffic flow had more second and third choices. When we do our analysis, to help you identify, well, what should be the top priorities overall moving forward, we really have three tiers here. Your streets continue to be at the top of the list. Traffic flow police, code enforcements are sort of the second tier. And then you see the other items, public transit's kind of the top of the next group, followed by parks and recreation, communication, and so forth. But continuing to move forward in street maintenance, continuing to make the progress that you've made the last couple years, continue in the future, will speak a lot to your residents. So with that, I'll just come back and summarize what I shared at the beginning. There's a lot to be very proud of here. And I know you don't probably want to sit around and pat yourself on the back, but sometimes there are times to celebrate. And frankly, in everything that's happened this year, I was really impressed with Oklahoma City. I got to tell you, we're doing surveys like this almost every day. We do 200 to 300 of these a year. And the reality is 8 out of 10 of them are negative. So you to make this much progress in a year when the rest of the country is really struggling just shows to me you were in touch with the community, you communicated well, and the community has a lot of confidence in where you're going. There are still issues to address, but you're doing very, very well compared to others. So with that, Mayor, I don't know if anyone has any questions, but be happy to answer them.
Yeah, thank you, Chris, for your work on this. And obviously it's very encouraging and validating results. And I think when I first heard about these was not today. When I first heard how positive they were, especially in 2020, it was even more validating and encouraging than it has been in years past, which we've obviously had a good run on in these surveys in the past. But thank you for sharing this. Any questions for Chris?
Yeah, I think these are great results in this pandemic time. The one thing I'd ask you, Chris, out of the cities that you surveyed that are comparable to Oklahoma City, would you say our resident satisfaction is in the top 10?
I'll know that soon. We've actually, if you've gone to our website, we're actually putting that information on our website. We don't differentiate, I think, large versus small yet. I think it's over 100 and under 100, but I'll be able to comment on that probably in the next month or so. We're actually developing a new award called the Leading the Way Award that we're actually going to be giving out to top performers, and those will be awarded beginning in December. So you may be there, I just don't, as of today, know for sure.
Thanks for the good news.
Yeah, this is Councilperson Cooper. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for providing those findings for us. May I drill down into a couple of them, see if you have any follow-up information? Police. What is, when people listed it as the either number 2 or number 1, any specifications? What they were wanting, what they were saying?
Chris, you're muted.
Yeah, we don't do a lot of drill down into that. Some communities are actually doing very specific surveys on police that delve into the details. I think what you look at in this survey is really a strategic level, kind of high level for you to manage overall services. And what you're looking at is how many people are picking police compared to streets. You know what I mean? That's a good example. You got limited resources, limited choices. 4 out of 10 people are picking police, but if you then break it down, you do have about, 1/5 or so who are picking police services as their top issue. So it's very, very important to a core group of people, but it is generally the second issue. As far as specifically what they want, we can do analysis of the data for specific groups if that's something that you're interested in doing, because we have a series of questions about safety in different areas. We also have a number of questions just to rate people, police response time and the overall perceptions of some of the specific police services that are provided. So that could be done. I have not done that yet, but if there is a desire to look at that more, we can certainly do that.
Yes, please. And I am especially interested, you mentioned the lower encouraging responses from our Black community, and that doesn't surprise me insofar as Pew Research showed something similar at the national level, where a majority of Americans had positive thoughts when it comes to police, but then those numbers dipped a bit lower. Not just within the Black community, but as you keep drilling down into the communities of color. So yeah, I'd love to know a little bit more about why those numbers are what they are. If we can kind of find out, that would help us in terms of, bringing those numbers up. Streets, did they specify? I mean, I know you said you didn't drill down with the police. Did they specify in terms of like neighborhood streets versus arterial streets, or is it just streets?
Yeah, it's a combination, and it's the same thing for your street issues. We have a whole set of questions related to maintenance, and it looks into those different items. And it may be a little bit different in different parts of the city, depending on where you live. So that's the same kind of thing. And we're going to create a tool to help city staff kind of drill down with the data. So it's a little bit easier, more accessible to folks as well. So those are two things that I'm happy, given the relationship we have with the city, to look at in a little more detail for you.
Okay, thank you. And then it sounded like public transit was another thing that people said was top of mind. Did any specifics on that? I just want to see it continuing.
Yeah, your transit survey, yeah, that's a little different. We're actually doing a survey for Embark right now of the community. So that is going to be very detailed. That information will be released probably sometime in the next couple months. And so for that survey, we'll actually really be able to drill down into what people's perceptions are and what their expectations are. So for that one, I can give you a little more clarity.
Okay, well, I look forward to receiving some clarity. Otherwise, thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, go ahead.
Yes, I know as Councilperson Cooper was referring to the conversation pertaining to our police department, I know the breakdown as far as the comments and responses were ward specific. Can we get that information as far as the ward specific, what some of those responses may have been in relation to some of those higher concerns?
Sure, yeah, if we haven't broken it down already, we'll be providing the city with the results for each ward, so you can actually take a look at how your ward compares to others. I'm just not sure if we've delivered that yet, but we'll make sure we do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would just say again, I appreciate Chris and his leadership with their team. They've been a great partner for us for a long time. And I really do appreciate the work they've done for us. They've done, as he mentioned, work for Embark as well on a separate contract through a separate selection process. And I do believe these numbers, they're really a reflection of the leadership of the mayor and the city council for our community, but also a reflection of the work that our 4,700 employees are doing out there for our residents every day. And some of you mentioned, when we get into crisis times, whether it's with public safety or it's snow and ice removal, repairing streets, there's a lot of employees out there working every single day, working hard to serve our residents. And I really believe they're the ones that get credit on that as well. So I appreciate everyone's leadership in this and role in this. And again, I appreciate Chris and their partnership and the work that they do for us. The next item that we have up is the presentation of the Small Business Continuity Program, the status update. And today, Joanna McSpadden, our Economic Development Manager, is going to provide that update.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Sorry, good morning. I had to switch over to phone, so I don't have the screen either. So quick update, we did open up our minority application program yesterday. The website went live about 10 a.m. and as of before I lost power, I had about 61 applications already. So those are continuing to come in, and we'll get started reviewing those. We have pretty much closed out all of the earlier versions of the program, the venue program, and the other 2 rounds of small business review, other than the technical assistance and retrofits. Those are just taking a little bit longer. So we continue to work with those applicants and try and get all of that, their needs met that they had requested through the application. And then finally, I wanted to address Councilman Greenwell's comments. We have initiated the survey that Kathy mentioned last week. So we sent out a survey to all of our the recipients so far through the first 2 rounds, and we're awaiting results from that survey, where we're going to ask some additional information about the current status of their business, if they have any additional needs, how was the funding able to help them, and just kind of get a little bit more information than what we have currently to try and address some of those questions. And that's my update right now. I just don't have anything extra to share about the minority program just yet, because we've, only been open for about a day on that one. So hopefully at the next meeting, Kathy will be able to give you all some statistics on that program.
Thank you, Joanna. Are there any other questions? The next update that we have is Teresa Rose Crook with the Communities Foundation of Oklahoma, managing the CARES Resident Support Program. Really appreciate their partnership work that they're doing to help individual residents in the community. So Teresa, I'll give it to you.
Great. Thank you so much. So I think my microphone is on, but my video isn't. So we'll just go with this. So thank you so much. So I was really interesting. I was listening to Chris's report about the progress of the city. Couldn't agree more, and love everything that the great work that the city staff and city council do to make our city so livable. But I did have to laugh a little bit and I'm going to refer to this toward the end of my comments. I've been working with some folks in the film and television industry business, and one of the reasons that they are moving here is because of our traffic and our ability, the ease of which we can get around our community. So I guess everything is relative, right? So, but you all, thank you so much for making this such a beautiful city and wonderful place to live, including by setting aside and providing funds for some of our neighbors that are greatly affected by COVID-19 with loss of income, and many of whom were at the brink of losing their homes. So I'll start with the numbers. As of today, we have received 14,177 applications for assistance. Of those, 11,828 have been vetted or reviewed for eligibility, which is the first component. We've revised our application, and we're really running about a 90% eligibility rate. So folks that are not going to be eligible really kind of get sorted out before they even hit submit. And now when I refer to eligibility, that is for the city, county, or state funds. So feel really good that people aren't wasting their valuable time for resources that we're not going to be able to provide. Now, as of last week, so those numbers are as of today, but the dollars are as of last week. We had dispersed just under $2.3 million of the city's funds. We've really ramped up activity and our ability to process people faster, in great part due to the additional administrative funds that the council allotted 2 weeks ago at your last meeting. And with that, we've been able to add additional staff in our accounting department, which helps process those payments faster, as well as case managers to help work with our residents and really determine how we can best use the city's CARES funds to be of assistance. That includes 3 specific case managers that are stationed at the courthouse on days that there is an eviction docket. What we've learned is that even if someone hasn't had an eviction process filed against them, they're hearing about the availability and the ability to receive support. So they'll go to those eviction dockets as a first point of contact with a CCP case manager. So those have been really beneficial changes, and we really appreciate the additional support to be able to work through those applications and help our residents faster. changes that are coming online. This is all about trying to increase our speed and get the dollars out and deployed and provide that assistance faster. We've been working with the utility companies that have been really great partners and been very willing to help figure out how to streamline our processes. We've modified our process with the paying of utilities and eliminated 2 to 3 steps, which is really going to eliminate about a week. So really feel really good about ramping up and getting those dollars so that as several of the council members were mentioning earlier, as we get into the inclement weather, as we get to the less pleasant days and temperatures, we can ensure that people have power and heat. Additionally, based on the relationship that Oklahoma City Mayor Holt has had with the Los Angeles mayor and the work that Los Angeles has been doing with MasterCard in providing what's called the ARC cards, we have started deploying those resources as well. The cards, it's like a little Visa debit card, but it is programmed for only specific uses. So we're programming those for food, gas, some of those other kind of supports that council allowed within the parameters of use of those funds, and providing that assistance to our residents in need as well. And finally, so we recognized that this was crisis support. So initially we wanted to shore up residents, keep people from being evicted, keep their utilities on. And now we're really in the last month, 6 weeks, been able to move and pivot to the retraining component. And thank you so much to the mayor and council for your foresight in recognizing that retraining was an important part of this process. I actually have 2 calls today with different entities related to the Oklahoma film and music industry, and then a call with the 5 area metro techs to work with them and figure out how to manage and really get those retraining dollars in different industries. We've to date, as of last week, already deployed over just under $270,000 of retraining support. So the retraining piece, we feel really good about helping some of those more vulnerable residents pivot into a more sustainable and frankly higher wage industry than where they were before. In total, all of that is to say that your efforts and your foresight, we have been able to provide support to over 1,300 families and residences, and help those people remain in housing and get to a more stable place in life. So with that, I will just open it up and ask if anybody has any questions.
Any questions for Teresa? You're doing awesome. Thank you so much.
Well, couldn't have done it without you and the council's leadership and foresight. Thank you so much for setting aside these resident dollars and allowing us to get the support out.
Yeah, we appreciate the partnership. It's something that we certainly couldn't do on our own, and really appreciate your willingness and your leadership in this with you and your team.
Happy to.
So the next couple of items that I've got are the sales tax report and the interim financial report for the first quarter. Sales tax report is through October. We've had some briefing on this and discussion about this. Sales tax was down about 6%. It's still a very negative case for us or situation for us, but we honestly had projected 5% decline for the year, but we projected much lower sales tax in the first part of the year. And so still working, just monitoring that to see where we are, but it puts us with good performance, really strong performance from use tax, which is now at about 8% ahead of last year for the year, with more people moving to more online sales. We are seeing really strong performance in sales and use tax right now, about $8 million about ahead of target, even though we're in decline. The caution I would have still is, with Russell being here just a few weeks ago, having conversation with him, that the concerns that we have in the longer term for the economy and what effects that might have on us, that I still think that our projection for a 5% decline on the year may very well be accurate. That's actually about where we are for sales tax for the year so far, is about 5% down. And so it's something we'll continue to monitor. But if I shift over to the first quarter interim financial report, in that one, you'll note that at the beginning of it, it just notes the difference between revenues and expenditures. Now, this starts looking at how much have we actually collected in revenue versus what we've actually spent. We've actually had expenditure controls in place, particularly with the hiring freeze that we just lifted a short time ago, just to kind of get back on track with getting some of our positions filled. Because of some of the effects of those reduced expenditures, plus really stronger than expected performance in our revenues versus expenditures, we're about $21 million ahead on revenues versus expenditures this time of the year so far. If you pull in encumbrances, which are basically when we order goods or services but haven't received them yet, but we have those ordered, so we know we're going to expend those dollars ultimately, that's another $12 million. So we're still even looking at our total, what we would call obligations that we have on the expenditure side compared to our revenues, about $8 million ahead on revenue. So really in a good position right now. We'll continue to monitor that, but I appreciate the hard work of our employees and the extra work they've taken on while we had the hiring freeze in place, and just trying to manage in ways that limit the effects on services. I know we've had areas where we've had complaint. Councilwoman Hammond mentioned that earlier, where we've had complaints in some areas. We've had some of that with some of our inspection services that we've been working to address. Still working to try to provide the services that we can for our community, but really pleased with where we are financially right now through the year so far. And with that, be happy to answer any questions. The only other thing we have on there is claims and payroll. All of this can be found online at okc.gov.
Craig, this is Mark Stonecipher. One quick question. If I'm reading this form right, year-to-date FY21 versus year-to-date FY20, we're roughly 4 million down. But then if you look at the next page, as far as use tax year-to-date, we make up almost 2 million. So we're at about 2.2 million different than last year, right? Down from last year?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yep. That's all I have, Mayor.
All right. Thank you very much. We're on item 13, citizens to be heard. We've had no citizens who have signed up to speak. That means we will now go into executive session for the item previously voted on for that purpose. That was 9T. There are no remaining votes to be held, but we'll go into executive session for that discussion. And then we will return just for the purpose of adjournment. So council members have an invite, I believe, probably in your inboxes to join the executive session meeting, and I'll see you there.
Yes, Mayor. I sent that about 9:15 this morning. For some of you, there's a separate one for the Water Trust, but the council one was sent at 9:15. Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda, we'll give it a couple of minutes, but I recognize that we've had to do this before where we just adjourn for lack of a quorum, basically, right?
Right.
Okay. I like the cleaner version of adjourning properly, but there we go. Wait. That is definitely not Mark Stonecipher. There we are. All right, we have returned and we have a quorum and we have no further business. So item 14 is adjournment and we are adjourned. Thank you.